Hello, everyone. My name's Brian. That's my brother Adam. Thank you, everyone, for joining on this special day. Today, we are going back to our roots, where we're going to go back to our tutorial roots, where I'm going to teach Adam a lesson of how to play chess. That's what we're going to do today. It is our chess match showdown. So thank you everyone for joining. How's everyone doing today? We have finished the chessboard and we are ready to face off against each other. And we already got a raid of a party of 6. Thank you so much, Druxy. I guess that's Drogo and Tuxy.
Tuxy.
If I'm saying that right. How are you guys doing? I saw you guys were streaming earlier. Hope it went well.
Yeah, we're so glad to see other people streaming. This is like it's a dream come true these days for us, because there was a time where we were like the only ones putting out like these types of content, and now we're watching like tons of people, and it's just great seeing tons of new faces streaming and turning on Twitch and seeing, a bunch of people streaming. It's great. It's just awesome.
And look at the trees. The trees are all big and grown. So that whole thing we did 2 weeks ago really made this place look great. And I was seeing Seren come by last week, or not last week, I think it was last night, and she was wondering where it was, and she was traveling in her boat, and you could see the linden trees from fairly far away. And I'm like, oh, it's right there. It's the...
And I'm a baby. There we go.
Oh, what's going on? So, for some reason you're every time somebody triggers your thing, it also seems to trigger your Viking. That wasn't doing that last week.
That wasn't doing. Well, I know I was watching it back, and every time somebody triggered baby, it literally switched to Viking then baby. I'm gonna have to go look back through the details of it all. Am I Viking right now? Is that what's happening?
You are.
Okay, so
you are.
I'm gonna have to manually fix that. Hold on.
How's everyone doing? And Drogos, you're saying this was your first raid and it said hosting. Yeah, you're so afraid you're doing something wrong. But yeah, I think what happens is that you raid the other channel and then your channel starts hosting that channel as well. I think that's how it works. Anyway,
yeah, it used to be Twitch used to be really strange, where when you raided somebody, what ended up happening was like your audience would go over to their audience, it's like they're watching. Sorry, it's like your audience would be watching the other stream through your channel, but then the moment you turned off your channel, it would like cut it off for them. So I think they changed it now so that when you raid, instead what ends up happening is your channel hosts the other channel, and that way it stays on. I don't know.
Anyway, it's better. It's different. It always changes. We can't keep up over the years.
I know.
Griffo is your daddy. I will destroy all seals. Join me in this quest. I have already started. I think I took out a seal just recently.
Yeah.
Where was it?
There is another one. There's another one over here somewhere. On the.
How are you doing, Dal Raced? How are you doing? I don't think I finished saying your message, Cats. Runs to the front row to get the best seats in the house. Well, there's no one here yet, and we put out these great signs. So this sign says Team Adam, and look at that. Nobody's here, and of course, we knew that was going to happen. But what we didn't know was that this side said Team Brian, and there's also nobody here.
It definitely has a lot to do with a conversation we had recently, and that was, there's no incentive to go off your deed and travel and explore.
We did have that discussion recently.
And I don't blame anybody for not coming to a thing like this, because it does take away from, your playtime and your grinding and your just, but I just wish there was something that incentivized traveling and visiting other people and grouping up and getting together. I don't know, like I wish there was something
Right.
to incentivize that. Yeah. Got to do this remote because of coronavirus.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right. And
You
Griffo,
didn't.
you're saying
You don't have
Baby
to,
Adam
Kat.
is so weird.
You'll be the only one here, and honestly, it does take away from what you're doing, right? Like, you totally can just hang out on your deed and do stuff.
Yeah, and
You know,
TT
play the game.
1982, how you doing? Thank you for joining. Hopefully,
Too late.
everybody. Okay, if you're coming, we will wait for you. We will hype this thing up. There are a few things that we have worked out. Okay, so the first thing is that we decided that what the punishment will be for the loser.
Yeah.
And so this is exactly what it is. So there is a filter on this system that we're using that essentially turns us into this. Let me see if I can turn it on so you guys can see it on my face.
Hey, Dresden, and thanks. We really like how the chessboard turned out.
So it would turn either of us into this face. It's basically a female version of ourselves. This is very freaky. And I'm going to turn that off right now. The loser has to put that filter on for the entire next stream.
Yep.
The entire stream.
That's the punishment.
It is like too real. It is too real. So if you want to see it, you either have to wait for the VOD or the loser has to put it on.
Here, okay. So I'll show it on mine now, just to give you guys a taste of it. But yeah, loser is going to have to put on this filter for the entire next stream. Okay, so here it is.
It even keeps your glasses.
Even keeps my glasses. Yep.
Oh my god. Okay. Are all you guys really confused? Man, that's going to be the craziest stream. Do it with the voice changer, yeah.
Yeah.
If only the voice changers were like as real as that. That is hilarious. The worst part is that we look so much better as females, as girls, than we do guys. Oh, Griffo. I hope Adam loses because damn, that's sexy. It's the glasses, right?
Yep, the glasses.
Anyway, so that's one punishment. And what you guys could do is that during the chess match, if you are wanting us to, depending on who you want to win, ask the other person a question. Even highlight it if you can, if you have the points. And then that person is forced to answer that question as soon as they read it. And if it's the other person's turn to move, they could get distracted enough to not realize what's going on and maybe make a wrong move. You can try to influence the game that way. But like last week, so Griffo, we already decided who plays black. So I have to play black. This was decided. We went through, I think, a poll last week to decide this. And people overwhelmingly wanted me to be black for some reason. I'm not sure why. Or wanted Adam to be white. Either way, Adam is white, I'm black. And now we just have to decide.
You're going to have to explain the question thing again, because I personally don't quite understand it. So if a person wants to have a question answered, all they need to do is highlight their question and ask it towards one of us. Is that it at any time?
Yeah, at any time. Or through bits. Bits will actually I think if it's 50 or 100 bits or over, it will say the message out loud to us. So if you
Okay.
if you ask a question that way, then we're for sure going to hear it. Basically, there's
decide
things
using-
that you could do.
Did you decide using rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock?
We didn't, but
We didn't. No. There was just a
what's the rule
poll.
now? Yeah, what's the rule now for who goes first? Is it White that goes first?
Yeah, I'm
Actually, don't
pretty
know
sure
the
the rule
official
is white
rules.
goes first.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I already lost that one.
Yep. All right, and another thing to consider is that we're not really chess players, so I
haven't played in a long time.
see. I was planning on like looking up some basic strategy, but then I never did, and so I'm just gonna play by ear.
Yeah, we're not chess players. We enjoy playing chess. We just don't have the opportunity to play chess really ever.
Yeah, we did make a
we
chess
just-
board, and well, I mean, I'm pretty sure white goes first.
Well, I mean, we're going to play chess right now, I guess. So that's why
Yeah.
we made a chessboard.
All right,
We
is
are
there
going
anything
to.
to do before we have to start.
Yes, there
Hey-
is.
hey, Garrus.
And the what we really have to do is give your opinion on Samul's post. I guess the summary of that is that we finally got a post from the dev.
Okay, but hold on. That post is gonna take an hour to discuss. I feel like shouldn't we?
Okay, don't say your
start
opinion on the
the-
post unless
Shouldn't we
somebody asks that question.
I mean, my opinion is like really not straightforward. I don't know about yours on that post, but I feel like I can discuss that post for like an hour.
yeah,
So
I mean, we all have opinions.
I propose we start playing,
We start
and-
playing right away.
and then
All right.
as we're playing,
I
we
am
discuss
going to get.
Samuel's post.
I am going to get.
Hey, Griffo. How are you doing? That's my best sexy voice.
What was that?
We're playing by the rules. Griffo highlighted his message and asked me a question, and I had to answer.
The Finnish answer to that would be yes or no. Can you whisper in a sexy voice? Yeah, I guess you could have done that.
Yes, I can.
And please don't do it again. Please, no one ask that again. Okay, so
Okay.
here we go. I mean, this is a little daunting in the sense that we're literally standing in the chessboard, so I can't see a giant overview of everything.
Right, I know. Now I wonder, okay, what best way to move this? Let's say I want my move to be like this. I cannot place that item that
so
far away.
move it. So like push it,
So
and then
pushes?
right click the item. Actually, I'm gonna set a bar to move to the center. You should be able to just move to the center.
Okay.
Let me put something
To
there.
the center, and
Let
I'm
me
gonna
do
put that
H.
on my hotbar. H. I was gonna do exactly the same thing.
Oh, there you go.
H is one of those
Okay,
keys
Griffo.
that
The answer is to that question is yes. Yes, I can. And Katz is right. I don't have to change my voice, right? Right?
Should I switch my face to the female face before I do that voice again?
No.
no, do
No, you
not do
shouldn't.
that. Stop. Should not.
Okay. Oh, okay. What am I doing? Where am I?
The next stream is going to be so much fun. Okay, so Samuel, who is the what is he? The lead
Didn't really think this through,
Project?
did I?
manager?
Yeah, whatever his title is.
Is that
He's
what
the
it's
lead
called?
guy.
He's like the project manager. He's the guy in charge right now in terms of making sure everything is happening in terms of updating this game. Yeah, the big boss. He comes out with the post, and that post was titled. What was it titled again? Some. Might be lagging.
Oh, and have we ever
Sorry, just
had
give me a
long
second.
hair? And we're both getting asked this. So the answer to
Okay,
me
yeah.
is yes.
Yep, and the answer for me is also yes. What is this?
The real
post?
question was, how long was your hair?
See, back when I was younger, I grew my hair out really long, like long. I probably at one point had it down to my belly button or so.
Really? I don't remember.
And then there was this.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, and then there was this one year. I think it was for my graduating year for prom.
Okay, I just noticed
I-
where you sat.
Where did I sit?
We've got a few people on Team Adam.
Oh.
And see, I'm the only one that recognized that. He didn't even know that you were sitting in those seats. That's
Nope.
that's
Well,
your
I
leader
saw
right
you. I saw cats coming down, but but I didn't see that you sat on my side. Awesome.
there. Yeah.
Thanks for the support, cats. Or is it that you didn't pick a side? It looks like you picked a side though. You see this fancy sign
see.
right over here?
That whole side is Adam's side.
Team Adam, and this side on this side over here.
It's too late. I already know your
Too
true
late.
intentions.
Yeah, too late. Pick my side. Yeah, so one year for prom, I shaved the sides of my head, like all around the sides, and like shaved it bald, like with a razor. And then I bleach blonde the rest, so it was like just completely white. And I wore it up in a ponytail, right? So it was like just this streak of blonde right down the center of my hair. I loved it. Kind of miss it. Oh, did you move?
I don't remember doing that at all. And yeah, it's
And
your turn.
that's where you moved? That's where you
Yeah.
moved?
Yeah.
Oh. That's a.
Why are you saying it like that? Why are you like, this is my first move? You're like,
I mean, okay. Let's see.
I don't remember the streak of blonde, to be honest.
You don't remember that?
No.
I have pictures of it. Although I'd have to dig them out there. And this works. Move to the center. Yeah, it does. I was worried about the unfinished item, whether or not move to center would work.
Right, I tested that actually. So Griffo's asking Adam, how much for a photo of that?
I don't know. I have to go find it first. Maybe one day. Okay, so should we like discuss this stream? Not the stream, the post, Samuel's post.
And Katz is still saying, did you guys realize I brought 2 characters, one to support each of you? That is true. The problem is that you sat them both on Adam's side.
Yep.
So now 2 for Adam.
I think Brian, your problem was the signs.
I know.
It's not so intuitive because
I wasn't
It
thinking that you would choose which side to stand on based on our side of
I would
playing.
agree.
Yeah.
I would agree with Katz that the way that it should have worked was that the 2 benches that were on your side of the board, like this bench here should have been yours and the one opposing it should have been yours. And then
I
the
know,
other
then
two
you couldn't
benches that were
say-
on my side. Then I couldn't say what.
You couldn't see which side had more play.
Right. I guess
Players.
that's true.
Not that it mattered.
That's true.
Okay, so you went, right?
Yes, I did.
No. Oh yeah, you did go. You moved on. Okay.
I did I moved my bishop. Okay, so should we get back to this Samuel post?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so Samuel comes out with a post, and it's titled "On Things Current," which sounded like a. It didn't sound like an official sort of title. It sounded very, very. What do you call it? Casual, I suppose. On Things Current, and I suppose that it's the intention of this post is to sort of update us with what is going on in the background of, Wurm Online. I don't know. What did you think about this post? Like your general feeling about it.
There's a bunch of feelings that I had. One
Okay.
was that posts went down for a while. There was some initial
What do you mean?
posts after the server release of like interaction or official posts from the devs, not just random posts that they put in other people's threads, but or other people's topics. But the Valorant International used to be once every 2 weeks, and I think we had one in 2 months. It was just like we knew stuff was happening. We knew that they said, okay, based on the 3 or 4 days of just incredibly crappy launch period of just the lag and that sort of thing, and them having to fix that, they said almost instantly, we're gonna reward you with sleep bonus. And 2 months later, I think people were wondering, when is that sleep bonus coming? Right. And like there was no official word on it. There was no a date when it was going to arrive. There was nothing. And there was just more stuff like that. Like the UI wasn't fully completed. We all, or the people that were here knew that, and the new players, there was no announcement or anything about what was complete or what was incomplete in the UI. So new players came in and actually thought that's how our fight window worked.
Right. We encountered
There was
that a few
no-
times when we were discussing it. There were people who were like, wow,
It was to the
they
point
added
where
a whole
I
bunch
didn't
of
know.
special-
Yeah, I didn't know that
Yeah.
there was something missing from the fight window for it because there was nothing.
It's not only
right?
that. It's not only that. It's that when they added the extra features on the fight window, people thought like, wow, they're adding new features already. Like they're adding these special moves. Like maybe this is going to be something to change the way combat works. And the reality is that all they were doing was bringing back the functionality that was lost when they created the new UI.
Right. And so.
Trying to figure out your move.
Yeah. Man. Okay. So then, really, we finally hear something. So we're finally hearing something from them, something official. And we also knew more things. We knew the roadmap was coming. That was announced.
Yep, that was announced
over a month ago.
a while ago.
And there was this like stuff that they kept teasing in more unofficial senses. So then an unofficial post comes out and you're kind of looking for at least a little bit of substance, right? Because we all knew unofficially just the sort of things that they did. So we knew officially the things that they already did, right? The fight window was fixed already. There was a few other things that they did. We know kind of unofficially what they are doing in the short term, right? They talked about the UI and how they are going to keep going. We don't know to the extent that they're going to do it, but we knew that there was some UI things that still weren't ready at launch and that they were looking to do that. And it was sort of like a post So the sense, and thank you so much for the follow,
Yeah, thanks,
Taiki Vetre. And in the end, I think the reason why, like, the reaction to the post was not the most flattering, right? It wasn't, this is, thank you so much for keeping us updated. And the reason was because we finally get this post, and it kind of reiterates what we knew in a more official capacity, but doesn't give us any more substance. It doesn't. Is it my turn?
And am I willing to be your
No,
sensei?
it was your turn.
No, I moved my knight.
Oh, you moved that? Okay, never mind. So
listen, I have my move ready to go the moment that you finish your move, so be prepared.
Oh, Christ. All right, give me a second here. So basically what happened was, I mean, an example is this, right? So they said we were going to get sleep bonus.
Yeah.
Almost days after the release, and we still don't know when. So this post said, okay, guys, we haven't forgotten that we still owe you sleep bonus. But they never said...
But we still aren't going to tell you when you're going to get it.
We still don't know when. That was like the answer. Thank you for the host, Jack.
Yeah. Oh, right. Okay.
And
so
that was the sort of... I think that's why people were kind of iffy about that.
And Griffo, I don't know if I have the skill set to be anyone's sensei. So I'm going to say no. But yeah, I kind of felt the exact same way about the sleep bonus thing. I felt like if they're going to put something in this post about sleep bonus, it should have been the plan for when things are going to happen with the sleep bonus, like even if it was the sleep bonus is coming next week, we're going to give you an advance warning. Like they did say, we're going to give you an advance warning of like a few days in advance so that you can use up all your sleep bonus before. But like something that's in play. Like I don't think that it's something that they really needed to think a lot about, right? They don't need to make sure that the date is the right date or anything. Like it really doesn't matter when the date is. They just have to pick a date and just say like next Wednesday or the Wednesday after that. They just pick a random date in the future and just call it that day that they're going to award sleep bonus, and just let us know. I just found it
doesn't
was
have to
weird
be a day either. It just has to be a time frame.
Like a time frame, exactly. Like I don't. It made
Next
no
week.
sense to me that all they did was reiterate exactly what we already knew was happening, and they still are as vague about it as they were the first time they did it. But yeah.
Yeah, and Donut, so there are things that I guess I have more insight in. I mean, we've been around for so long, so we understand why some things take a long time for the dev teams to do. There are other things that just like it just comes down to the I don't know. They're just not thinking about it. It's not their priority. It's they revisit it
Griffo,
later.
You're right. We're using the sleep bonus right now as like the example, but you are absolutely correct. The entire post was like this. Like I felt like after reading that whole post, I felt like I already knew everything that was in that post before the post was happened, and B, nothing got clarified from what we already knew. It was just
It was sort of like don't worry, I know it's been a long time, guys, but we're still here, and we're still going to. We haven't forgotten about these things. It was that kind of post. I think that's how they wanted it to be interpreted. And what people were waiting for was probably a lot of people were waiting for the roadmap, and they got confused and said, "Is this the roadmap? This is not
a lot
what
of people felt like this is the roadmap."
Yeah, and like if this is it, Wurm is
here.
ended. Lots of Wurm is ended posts.
Oh, and when I said Serene, Siri thought I was talking to her. Let me put that on silent.
Oh yeah, you decided to stand on that side. So yeah, thank you for coming. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Now, I don't know if you got a chance to look at Dark Lord's PvP discussion that was linked in that. Like, most of us who are PvE players probably didn't click the PvP discussion link. But I decided to just peek at it and just read to see, like, maybe
I haven't.
Is the Dark Lord's post just as vague as the Simul post? And it actually, I actually was like surprisingly shocked to see that Dark Lords had a really good format for that post. Like, it was more along the lines of, here's a whole bunch of features that we were planning on doing and looking at. We want to look at these things to balance PvP. We know PvP has its issues. These are the main issues, and he laid them all out. And he said, please feel free to comment and give feedback on what you feel about each of these features, right? Because like these are the features that we're planning to look at. And it was laid out really nicely. Like there was like a lot of features listed and a good explanation about what they kind of want to change about it. Not exactly specifics, but like maybe just explaining what was wrong with the features or where their view is. I mean, I wish that there was something like that for PvE, right? Like these are the main issues that we want to look at. These are the things that we're kind of like feeling like are wrong with them or that need fixing. Can you guys give us your feedback on your experiences with these features and just make a massive list of them?
I went and you said you already had a move loaded and ready, and you did not go.
I missed that. I missed that you went. Sorry. So did you? Was it this? No, it wasn't this pawn. Where did you move? Oh, you moved your bishop.
I can't say anything. I don't know. You'll have to.
I see. You moved your bishop. Okay, let me see here. It's an interesting move. Okay. I'm going to keep with the move that I was doing.
I see. I see. I see. I see. I see.
Now let's actually go through each of the items on this post here. So the first segment of the post.
Do I?
After the. Wait, let me see. Mm-hmm. Where did he talk about the sleep bonus? The sleep bonus wasn't until much later, I think, in the post. The first thing that he does was he said, first off, below are some of the things that will be addressed with the next update, which will happen early next week. Okay, now my guess is that means Monday, but it could really mean anytime next week. And in that update, we're going to see the fix or potential fix for the uneven creature spawns, which has been a really big issue, especially for all the new players who don't know how creature spawns are supposed to feel, are probably like wondering, like, is this step supposed to have nothing in it? How am I supposed? Like, I don't know. Like the hunting has been atrocious, and normally it's not this way. Normally, when you're going into a step, you usually find either a whole bunch of mobs or a whole bunch of corpses from somebody who's killed them all, and those mobs will repopulate within. Like I usually feel like within the 24-hour period or something like that. But as it is, like there's nothing to hunt, and so our fight skills kind of got stuck. Because there's really nothing to level up on. So hopefully that's going to fix it. And then there's the bug where coffers on the new server kept being empty will be fixed. I'm surprised that they're calling that a bug. Honestly.
No, I don't know what you were going to do. But bam, we need to get our carts to load stuff
need to get
into.
Right. We should have our cart close by. Yeah. You're going to do it? Okay, because
I did take your piece. Oh, God.
Okay. Well,
that was not expected.
I'm going to take your piece. Did that hell horse just chase you?
It did.
I just saw it run.
It does not like
Okay.
me because I tried to
You
move it off
can-
the chessboard. It really wanted to play chess, and I denied it.
You can now remove both of those because I just took your.
All right,
your knight.
I assume so.
Yeah, that's surprising move. I wasn't expecting that. Let's see. What does that open
Okay,
up here?
so this is my piece. And this is
like
your piece.
it has on the very first day I was like, okay, probably there won't be anything in the king's coffers. Like I wonder at what point did the devs realize there was something wrong with that system? Because what's supposed to happen is that as coins get put into the upkeep, and those coins get, taken away from the, what do they call it? The village's upkeep, I guess. There's the upkeep fund, right? So you have money in your upkeep fund when you found your deed. I think it starts off with a minimum of 3 silver. And over time, that 3 silver is used up as you pay your upkeep. And when that money gets put out of the little upkeep fund that you have, it goes into, or at least a percentage of it should go into the king's coffers. And then that money is the pool of money where you can access, like as a player, any player can get a piece of that money back into your bank account simply by doing things like, for example, foraging and botanizing will occasionally give you a rare coin, and that comes from the king's coffers. You can take random items from and sell them at your token, and that should give you some iron, like some coins, and that comes from the king's coffers. They got rid of traders, so that used to be another place where you can get money from the king's coffers. Where else can you get money back from that? Besides foraging, botanizing, I think burying
I
corpses.
was not listening to what you were saying, but I agree.
The money coming out of the king's coffers, what are the possible ways of getting that? You can forage, botanize, killing things, burying corpses, selling things at your token. Killing, butchering, burying, right? Butchering, foraging, yeah. Am I missing something?
Do the traders still in the new area give coin? Can't remember if they got rid of that
traders,
too.
Traders
all
are
traders, even the new area. Okay.
Yeah. Praying. Interesting.
Praying
where does the coin
give iron.
But where does that iron come from? Does that iron?
Yeah. That may not come from the coffers, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, okay.
Because that was not broken.
Typical. Yeah, that was... okay. Praying comes from thin air. Yeah, right. That makes sense, because I've been getting coins from praying. And
yeah.
If the coffers are broken...
Then... It doesn't come from thin air. It comes from your god, right?
Right,
that's where it comes from.
Okay, you went, so let's see here. Huh.
Yeah, I screwed up his plan. Can you hear it in his voice?
No. Yeah, so you can get this money back, but what they're saying is that there's some bug preventing the king's coffers from getting coins in the first place, right? So that's just...
Well, we don't know what the bug is. I'm just hoping that the bug is not that the king's coffers has like overloaded, that it now hasn't kept track of how much is actually in it.
Now, I remember when they created this sort of... I'm trying to remember. Maybe not when they created this system of king's coffers, but at some point they loaded a whole bunch of money into the king's coffers manually. Like the game devs just said, okay, we're going to put X number of silvers into the king's coffers as a start. And I feel like that's what they should have done at the start of the servers. Now, I know that they also want to encourage people to buy silvers as well, but the reality is that the King's Coffers is sort of a mechanism that allows free-to-play players and players who can't afford to buy silver a means to access money in the game that's through the game. And it encourages people to engage in the economy. And maybe the devs felt like the economy at the start would be fueled simply by the massive amount of silver that was in because there is a massive amount of silver in circulation already in the Northern Freedom Isles. And I honestly don't know. I really get the sense that this is something the devs were well aware of at the beginning and were content to just sit back and let things evolve without the King's Coffers having money in it. Like, that's really the sense I'm getting. Because if it took 2 months plus 2+ months to even just look at this as an issue, and they kept silent on it. People were asking about it for so long, and like there was that whole segment at the end of the first month, people going, the King's Coffer is supposed to be empty until the end of the first month when all the upkeep is going to be collected. And then that event happened, all the upkeep got collected, and yet the coffers were still empty, and people were like, what is going on? Like, at that point, I feel like there should have been an announcement by the devs that says, we are aware of this issue, there's a bug that's preventing the King's Coffer, we're going to get on it. But instead, it's like silence for another month and a half. And now we're seeing that this bug is going to get fixed. Not really any details about what happened exactly. I don't know. It just seems odd to me that that's what happened. And then the final thing they're going to fix is another odd thing. You will be able to start new characters on Defiance straight from the tutorial portal.
So who knew that you couldn't start directly on Defiance? I did not really realize that.
I didn't know that. Yeah. Right, Wolfmare, that is true. Preloading the coffers would have probably just masked the problem. That's true. Depending on what the problem is, I'm not sure. Traders changed after the
we're all
Xanadu
guessing
opened.
at this point.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, traders changed. And I remember at that time they loaded money manually into the coffers. The changes to traders created the bug. Interesting. So why didn't that bug get revealed on the old servers then? Because that was 2015. So if the bug was created in 2015, how did coffers get filled up back then? Anyway, I don't know. Okay. Right, they didn't open any new. So it was basically specifically server openings. That. Whoops. I have to push it past the threshold there.
Okay, we've got is the chessboard south of Spintop Manor. Does anybody know where Spintop Manor is?
Oh, I see.
One thing that I can tell you is that we are here.
It's the chessboard south of Spintop Manor.
9.
I see. The bug might have been created
or
when
here.
traders
I think
traders got
here,
changed to their current iteration.
That was a while ago, wasn't it?
Which who was it saying it was in January or February? Amethyst was saying. Who's winning? Willow, welcome. We are tied at the moment.
That's right. Tied.
Although my feeling is that position-wise, I'm in the lead, but Brian might disagree with that.
I don't know. Okay, so what do we have? Where do we live? You forgot we live in Canada. That's right.
Did you go?
I have not gone. I am still assessing the situation here.
Okay. I see. The disabled coffers at the start. Yeah, Griffo, that's the taste that we're feeling. Like, that's, Are you going all the way with that?
I am going to
Boy,
stop.
I've never played a player like you that does this sort of stuff.
And that's why
This is not
I'm
how
going
you
to
play
win.
chess. This is not how you play chess.
You think I'm just going to track my characters? My pieces will not retreat.
Come on, chess player. Okay, there's got to be some chess players in this room. This is how you play chess, right?
What are you talking about? There's no correct way to play chess.
Right.
Unless you're probably a grandmaster, and then there probably is.
Okay, so they said themselves conference will be disabled at start. Then all of a sudden it's a bug. Yeah.
All right. Let me get
All right.
cart for
All
the
right,
two
get
pieces.
The cart. Yeah, for the 2 pieces. Yeah. Goodness. You know what? Actually, I'm backing out on that one. I'm gonna come back with
really?
that.
No.
You know how there's this rule where in chess, the moment you let go of your piece, that's played, right? So I think there's a good analogy that we can use here.
I didn't even need this.
How about the moment that you press the H button and center it on the tile? That's the equivalent of like removing your fingers from the piece.
So the moment you center the piece, you're saying, or else you could move it back. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. Yeah. Like, you know how when you're playing chess, you can grab your piece, you can sort of like put it on the square that you want it on, but you keep your finger on it, and then you can take it back. Yeah.
Okay, but you can only move one piece. If you decide to move that piece back, you can't move the next piece. You can't just keep moving pieces.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go this way, this route here.
What, you're taking it, right?
I'm taking it. Oh, yeah.
Okay, good.
That'd be silly of me not to take it.
All right, then just push that to your side. Yeah.
It could. So Amethyst is suggesting maybe there's like an exploit that they didn't want to be revealed about the coffers. It's possible. It's possible.
And thank you so much for coming, Rosalind. I'm so happy that you came.
Yeah. And sat on my side. He says with a little.
Okay, let me see what we're doing here.
Mayor of Bald Knob. That's. Oh no, that's not what I was thinking of. There's a deed just over here called Bald something, but it's not Bald Knob. I don't know. I'll go with don't assume malice when it could be incompetence.
here's so I did read a bunch of comments on the post, and people were concerned about the game and its state, and we've heard it before. We've heard that the game is dead or the game is going under thousands of times at this point, and
thousands of times.
Like we don't have to worry about those posts. But one thing that people seem to be surprised about, which I'm not really sure why, is that they're surprised that the devs had to somehow regroup after the launch. Like, they were surprised that there was no long-term plan of releasing stuff. And the fact of the matter is we have a small dev team, and they were under the gun to just get to the release, right? They don't have like months and months of patches lined up that they're just gonna, chug out every month. They're working on it as they're going. And I mean, and just the fact that we got an incomplete UI at the release should have clued everybody in that has been playing the game for a while that they were trying to get the UI ready. They got so close to the date that they decided, okay, this is where we're going to stop. We're gonna this is the final result of the UI as much as we can, and they just released everything that they had essentially at that time. And then from that point on, the bugs were discovered, lag and all that stuff, and they started doing the bug thing and they started fixing the game up that way. And so we got a month of that, a month and a bit. And that's where we are now. We're at the point now where they got through the most of the heavy bugs that were destroying the games for people that couldn't play at all. We got a few patches about exploits and that sort of thing, and now they're regrouping and they're trying to figure out what's the next step. What from the giant list of suggestions and stuff that they want to do should be the official roadmap and next step that the game will take. And that's just what they haven't announced. And that's where we are right now. And it should be no surprise to people that have played the game for a substantial period of time that this is the state that we're in. Don't expect them to have some sort of hidden long-term agenda that they've been hiding from us for months and months that they're just going to release on us. And I'll tell you this, Griffo, there's always a reason they do something, whether they tell us or not. If they mostly don't tell us, it was probably more likely an exploit that we don't have context into. And we might not agree with the way that they fix it, but there's a reason they do it. There'd be a reason they nerf it. There's a reason that they broke something. Yeah. And normally the reason they break something is because of the spaghetti code that they're dealing with. They fix one thing and then something not even related at all, they don't even notice that it changed based on the change that
every time that they nerf something, every time that they nerf something, my feeling is that it's because there's something that they're seeing that in the future, if they just let it go, would make the game completely imbalanced. And I normally have agreed with every nerf. And if I could just continue with this thought, my feeling is that over the years, the opposite has happened. Like, what's the opposite of nerfing something? Buffing something, right? Like, so over time, I think this game has gotten way more buffs than nerfs. And the incremental buffs over time have, in my opinion, caused it imbalance in the direction of too many buffs for some things. And once you get to that point, it's really hard to take it back, right? Like as a dev team, like if, for example, like we just saw this with the linking issue, right? Something got changed to allow linking of massive amount of players. Like you could take a whole bunch of priests and link them to one priest. And this became a mechanic that priests used to increase their channeling like at unprecedented rates. And then they changed it so that favor regens quicker, that each tick goes faster. When you sacrifice, each thing that you sacrifice gives you more favor. Like these incremental buffs over the years created it so that anybody could create a 90 channeling priest, 90 plus channeling priest really simply. Like it became not a hard thing. Like at one point, channeling was considered on the same level as weaponsmithing. I would probably put it on the same level as like, I don't know, like an easy skill right now, like on the easier side of things. Even after they did the nerf, right? Like the nerf that they did recently. And when they did that nerf, everyone was crying out like, why are you nerfing this? This is horrible. Like, don't nerf my priest links. But honestly, it's still like way easier than it used to be.
Yeah. So let's put aside the fact that we've had different dev people doing this job over the years. It hasn't been the same group of people. It's been changing. Even the lead dev has been changing. So we can't just be like, forever, they've always done this. Well, it's not always the same people that are doing it. So at one point, something might be announced. One point, they might be doing something. And then now we have a completely different set of people doing slightly different things, the way that they're handling things. I don't know if you went after. Did I go after you moved the
That's what I'm
castle?
asking. After I moved my rook, did you go?
I might not have gone. let me
Don't
just
think
double
you
check
went.
that. I might not have gone. You know what? I'm just gonna go.
Hey, Dalrace. Dalrace made it to the local.
Oh, here? Wait, where's Dalraced? Oh,
Yeah.
just in local. Okay.
In local chat.
I see.
You might be by boat. Let me just peek over the edge
I
here.
see. I'm trying to. Okay, let me just do this. Not the smartest
we don't
move,
have a
but-
love tile at this location, unfortunately. We only have a love tile at our deed.
And let's put things into perspective with a little bit of a anecdote here. Back when we were playing in 2012, the dev team did a fix. They updated something. I don't remember. I don't think it was a fix. They did some sort of change. And what they didn't realize at the time was whatever they did made it so fences stopped working, in the sense that animals could walk right through them. So they turned on the server, they did their update, and then everybody's horses just escaped their pens. And they went, oh,
Right.
crap. And at the time, we were living next to a mountain, and we had all of our horses in a pen next to a mountain. And what did the horses do? They all left the pens and walked up the mountain. And we log in and we see our horses up this giant mountain. And we're like, okay, this is not good. And the server came back down, and we put the horses back in, and they seemed to be functioning properly. And then they're like, okay, we're going to fix the problem. So they took it offline, and they fixed the fencing thing, and then they brought the game back online, and then the horses left the pen again. And we did a second, like, each round we had to go up this giant mountain, find our horses all around this mountain. It took hours, and we did it twice in a day because of that. So let's put that into perspective. Now we're in 2020. Nothing close to that has happened to us or to the devs.
Right.
I think we're a little bit better off to what we were back when we were standing on horses and standing on everything to ride them and looking like Robin Hoods.
Hello, how are you?
All right, so you've made them face. They're doing a better job these days, I must say.
They are doing
And
a
we
better
just-
job, especially with those things.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Like,
much
they're-
for...
Definitely have been game-breaking things that occurred, and the devs have responded in kind with a good response. Yeah. it honestly, I feel like it's what we're complaining about here is like little, like it's not a big deal. It's more so that we feel that there could be a little bit better communication with the players regarding what's going on behind the scenes. I know that the roadmap is coming. We might just be antsy about the fact that we haven't seen the roadmap, and we're waiting for it with, bated breath. And every time that we see something that the devs come out with, and if it's not the roadmap, then it's like we just get so worked up about it. I mean,
We tend to remember the bad parts of things than the good parts of things. So,
Yeah.
it's been on and off for the devs. And I mean, we're saying the devs like they are one group of people, but really over the years, they've been many, many different groups of people. And so
Yeah.
sometimes they were doing really well. There was a time where we were getting so many updates all the time. There was a time recently we were getting
Right.
updates every week.
Yeah, Scared Vulcan is saying it's always been a rarity from the staff, and that's not true. There was a glimmer of
There was a time they were
improvement
releasing like
back,
videos and releasing
right.
trailers and releasing like all of this stuff back in like the 2014 or something like that. Like there was
a time
moments where
there was a time when Valorant International was a weekly thing, and we would
yeah,
get information weekly. And now it feels like it's what, every other month or something
and
like
it's
that. We're
just,
getting a
you know,
Valorant International.
yeah, different group of people, different crew of people. They used to have an office in Sweden. People used to go to work. People used to work on Wurm
Right.
in offices. And, there's different time. It's just a different time. And we've seen lots of different
It's my go.
things. It is your turn. I gotta be careful here, don't I?
Yes, you do.
Here it comes. Here it comes. I guess that's a good question. What would I respond to that? That doesn't
Keep
work.
going. Keep going.
I do want to keep that there. Then if I do that, then okay. But then I can attack it from both sides. I see. And then you're gonna go there. So the best move for me to do is this. Now what are you gonna do?
Yes. Now what am I gonna do? Right.
You gonna take
Give me a
it?
second. Give me a second.
Hmm?
I was gonna move something before. I wish I had moved it earlier. Wish I made that move earlier. Okay, hold on. All right. If I do this.
So then when they implement new
second.
stuff, how often do they use test server for us? So there was a time where they had an experimental client. It was a long time ago. And they would always put the new stuff on this experimental client. It was a client side stuff anyway. And we were using it all the time. Like we almost used it. The client itself was for anything new that we could test out on the actual game, in the actual game. They did this recently more with the new UI, I believe, to give us a little taste of what it would look like before it came out. But they used to use this for every client-side change. At the time, all of the animals were getting new models, and they were putting those new models on that client. There was
Like the thing is that, the bridges, when they did the cave openings, when they did archaeology, any
got rid of
major
it.
update they put on the test server. I think that it's like the minor changes they just don't put there.
So also know, they put all of these changes on the test server. They just don't tell us all the time. And there was actually a time where they did tell us, and they tried to make people go to the test server and test out certain things at certain times. And the
Nobody did.
participation was like how many people would stop what they're doing in Wurm and go there. And we're talking like handfuls, 5 maybe. If they did an official announcement, try to bring people over to test a very specific function.
Especially back when the player base was really small. Very few
people complain that they don't say it, but they did, and no one did it. Like no one wants to use everybody says they're going to use their time, but nobody really wants to use their time.
Yeah.
Because by doing that, it means that you have to stop playing your real game, and if you don't have that many hours to play,
they do have volunteer testers that are committed and really good at testing.
They do.
So,
but very few.
One of them is our friend
And that's how good of a friend she is to Adam, because he can't
She's a
remember
really
her
old
name.
friend because we haven't chatted with her in a long, long time. Why am I feel terrible.
Yeah, it's Electress. Anyway,
Electress. Oh
thank-
God. Electress. She apparently is really good at breaking stuff in this game. And every time they come up with a new feature, she's like the one who gets to put the pedal to
yeah,
the metal
I'll
on
tell
it.
you this. I'll tell you this. So they do test stuff on the test server. They don't tell us recently that they're doing it, but they do it. Electress would go there, and if you feel that you found a bug, let's say after they implement it in the real game, Electress has already more than likely uncovered that bug on the test server, has told the devs
Documented
this
it.
is the bug,
Yeah.
documented it, and the devs have already determined this bug is something they can't easily fix, but it's not groundbreaking enough. They push that feature onto the new server. So if you've experienced something like that, more than likely it's already been identified.
Yep.
And if they could have fixed it easily, they would have. And somehow, I don't know what they're thinking, they've deemed it not groundbreaking enough or game breaking enough to stop that feature from going in. One of those things, for example, is like the bridges. When Bridges came in, she uncovered all the stuff that could go wrong with Bridges. And they fixed as much as they could. But you can still see
Didn't
some
go in.
weird quirks and odd things that happened. Not yet.
Okay. Now, there's a bunch of other things as well in this, and this is where there's a stark difference between Dark Lord's PvP post and Samuel's PvE post, right? So there's a couple items like moon medals on PvE. He put pending rebalance, imbues pending rebalance, right? Like these things, they know their issues. I would say that the same thing goes with rifts and ruins. Right? It said rifts on the new servers will appear in a couple months. We feel that servers are not developed enough for those yet. We would like to balance them further. Okay, like pending balance, basically, is what they're saying. And same with ruins, which, believe me when I say ruins need to be rebalanced, because, God, I've always been against the ruin update. That was just terrible for the game. Then if you look over at Dark Lord's PvP, like it almost says the same thing. It's almost like this is an item that we want to rebalance. But he didn't just say this is the item, it's pending rebalance. It said feel free to pick and choose which parts you'd like to give feedback on. And if there's any other topics related to Defiance, then feel free to bring them up for discussion as well. And then priest balance. We're looking for feedback on how people feel about the balance of priests. Raid windows. We're looking for adjustments on the raid windows. We're looking for people's feelings on how long they would like the raid windows, the cooldown to change it. Okay, like that was the phrasing. Which I think is it. And then you look at the comments in the PvP one. It's like all constructive criticism, like all constructive. Like there's massive walls of text that are all constructive, just because of the way that it was phrased. Right? Now you look at the comments in the PvE one, all of it is just like criticism and no construction and just complaining. And I really feel like just the wording made a big difference in the way that it was phrased there.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I know everyone's responding to typical, yeah. So on the test server, you do have the ability to raise your skills to basically whatever level you want. I believe you can generate items at specific levels up to a specific level that you want, like pretty high. And by any level, I don't think you can raise your skills or items to exactly 100, but you can
99,
get them up to like 90 something. So yeah, you have that ability. You can't teleport, you can't fly, you can't.
Right.
I don't know if you can create animals. I'm not
Horses.
sure.
You can spawn a horse.
But yeah, you don't
you-
get the full range of GM powers, but you get enough
you don't have
to be
everything.
able
Enough
to
to test stuff.
test whatever you think that you need to test.
Like I remember when they were doing the priest testing, they gave you an ability to turn yourself to whatever priest, give yourself whatever skills, and then you could just practice with the priest stuff. So whenever they're testing something specific, they'll give you the tools that you need to test it. Like when they were testing the double wide openings on the mine doors, they basically set up a whole area where you could just open mines and just test the openings. Yeah, it's just the reality is that people just don't go and test, you know? Like a
I'm
handful.
almost ready. Let me think about
So I don't know,
this.
what do you think about that? Like, do you think that if
Do that.
if the wording on the post was more along the lines of these are the types of things we're looking at trying to balance, we're looking for feedback from you guys on how you feel like it's working and what ideas on what could be done to change it, as opposed to just saying pending rebalance, this pending rebalance, I don't know. That's my personal feeling is that it would have made the world of difference.
Kills that.
And in typical, to go back to your, like, figuring it out from scratch, I felt like the test server does have a steep learning curve, like, just to get to the point where you realize how you can adjust your skills and how you can spawn in tools and forces and stuff. That took a little bit of figuring out. I believe there is a written tutorial for the test server on the Wikipedia. On the Wurmpedia, you could just like look up, and it gives you step-by-step instructions on how to go about that. But I guess for people who aren't willing to spend the time to figure it out, I can see it being like not all that helpful. Oh, okay. I see you're doubling down on that.
Or am I?
Well, I wonder if you saw. Let me just see here.
I see everything. If you need to know the answer to that question.
Okay. All right. And I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
I'll just push your guy off. Like, well, okay. Let's focus on one of these items, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I think I want to give you a segue into something that I know you probably wanted to talk about, although I don't know if you want to talk about it on this episode. Ruins. So I'm gonna pick that topic of just ruins. Like, you know what I'm talking about, right? Ruins, the stuff that you get from the rifts, from the materials
Yes.
like rift wood, and you like do some.
What do
of
people
action
think
on-
about ruins that actually have been able to use them? What are your opinions? I wouldn't mind getting that, because now that they've now reiterated again. I actually, I don't want to say. All I'll say is that they said there's an imbalance, and we're going to fix them before we introduce them to the new server. What
Actually,
are people's
Retro
thoughts on?
And this is another thing that the devs do. Retro, in one of the threads on Town Hall. Let me just get that thread. He said something interesting.
We say ruins, but it could also be said, is what I've heard, runes, depending on where you are in the world.
Runes.
Yeah,
Runes. What's the imbalance in runes?
yeah.
Okay, so what for some odd reason, there's always like these official statements, responses potentially, done inside of another thread on like the fourth post down or whatever. You have to find
This
them.
might be the first official post stating that runes are imbalanced.
Imbalanced? Yeah, I know. Seriously.
I
It's
think.
been how long?
Now, it's not that they haven't talked about it before. And in fact, the lead dev has explained it to us in unofficial, more
Right.
unofficial ways, and we've known for a very long time how imbalanced runes can be, like instantly. Almost instantly after they came into the game, it was like Adam sitting
Everybody
there
saw it.
going,
Going-
okay, before they came into the game, and I'll talk about what they are for people that don't know. They're essentially items that can go onto tools and stuff that imbues them to make them better in a way like this. So an example is this. Adam was struggling. He was really wanting to get to 100 mining, or get as close to possible to be able to mine 100 quality ore, or at least something higher than he could. I think you were in the low 90s at the time.
I was like 94. Yeah.
I thought you were more like 92, but I can't remember. Something like you were high, but you were not like really high. You were still getting it up there, and then runes came in.
I remember
and you had,
distinctly when runes came out. I had exactly 94, and I was looking. I was
got
pushing for
one of the
100.
runes.
Yep.
You put it on your pickaxe, and now boom, he can get 100 quality ore.
Like instantly. I went from I had a whole roadmap.
It was like a buff on the tool.
Like how I was going to work on my mining over the next several months to push it into the 99s and beyond. And I had got all prepared for that, sleep powders, etc. And I'm just like ready to go. All of a sudden, runes come into the game. I'm like, that's interesting. There's a ruin that if I put it on my pickaxe, it'll make it so that the outcome gets a buff. Like if I would have mined a 94 quality ore, it actually gives me a higher quality than that. And when I put it on my pickaxe, I realized that it was a lot higher, like to the point where I was consistently getting 100 quality ores. And then I found out you actually can do this when your skill is like only 80 or so, 87, I think it was. And then they added something else later. What was it? They added something else that makes it so that now you only need 70. So anybody who has 70 mining can consistently output 100 quality ore simply by putting these things on your items, like these ruins, and I don't know.
Anyway, so I just remember Adam had all these plans, and then all of a sudden,
am I a dwarf even though I should have been baby? What is going on here?
We know that Adam's thing is messed up. My thing, for some reason, isn't. Your thing wasn't messed up last week.
Yeah, it wasn't messed up.
I don't know why it's messed up this week.
Yeah, I'll put on baby face for a minute or so.
So and all of a sudden, Adam's like, okay, I won at mining. I'm done.
Yeah, I know. I was done. My mining is still 94. Like I haven't increased it since then because I've never felt the need to. Donut. Baby face. Yeah, we'll have to look into the code as to why that's happening. I must have changed something to make it. I don't know. I'll have to fix that. Yeah, and the same.
Nobody's
goes
done my
for...
mystery face yet, has they? Have they? And I just didn't realize.
I don't think anybody's done my mystery face either. Yeah. I hope that's not botched either. I have to figure that out. Like, so the similar thing goes for wood cutting.
Your thing is all completely messed up.
I
You
know.
get Viking
It's like
for
completely
every
messed
single thing.
I'm getting
I don't
Viking for
know
every
why.
single thing. I haven't changed anything
Adam
since
has
last
messed
week.
up his thing without even trying.
I know. We didn't touch it since last week. I did notice that last week what ended up happening was somebody would activate one and I would see the dwarf face for a fraction of a second and then it would switch. I was like, why is that happening? I'll have to
Maybe
go look
something's
through it.
really messed up. Oh, God.
Something's really messed up. We'll have to look through it next time. But
Yeah, sorry, guys.
the mystery face, and Brian's mystery face got it.
But
This is the
it
mystery
didn't
face.
work.
This was supposed to be the mystery face.
Oh, okay. I know why mine didn't work.
Okay.
All right, let me pop mine.
And is it my turn now, or did you? No, it can't be my turn.
This is my
You
mystery
haven't done
face. Ah.
anything. Yeah, something's happening to change it back. Anyway, we'll have to look into that. Something must have happened. We're sorry, guys.
Okay. Anyway, so what was the question about runes? You had like you had a
Wait,
point.
the question is, what should be done about that? Like, what
Oh,
improvements
oh.
should we do to the rune system in order to
Delrace,
not
we
only
just want
fix
female
them?
factional fight. Well, you'll you'll get your wish
Yep, next week.
next week. Okay, I gotta think about this. Got to
Okay, so
think
I
about
was gonna
this.
say that there has now been an official, and I guess retro is official, right? Anytime retro posts something on the forums, I'll call that official. The question in Town Square was, why do imbues need balancing at all? And retro responds with, it is clear that several of them are significantly overpowered, allowing someone of 70-ish skill to obtain 100 quality results reliably, which means that it scales far too high. It is easy to see that this is a problem, but working out a viable solution takes longer and will no doubt be something long discussed.
And it's true.
Which sounds like we're not going to get a fix for this in a long time. And on
we
top
knew
of that,
it was imbalanced
this is
almost right away, and it was announced.
Hold on. This is telling me that rifts are probably not going to come to the new servers for a long time.
They could. They just
What,
like
not
runes
drop
just
the
probably don't drop the resource
Okay,
and then
drop
just
the resource,
not do
but-
anything.
Right, just not do anything. Boy. And then in caps, he put, no decisions have been made at this point. Right, and this is where I feel like the post that Samuel put could have been phrased in the same way as Dark Lords is, where it's like, we're looking at changing this. Can you guys give your honest feedback about this? You know? That would
Yeah.
have spurred the discussion, as opposed to pending changes and everybody going, what? My runes are going to get nerfed again? Like, another nerf? Like, that's what the response was, essentially. And then, like, how many people are looking at this post that Retro put? Probably, like, very few. Because it's not in the official
percentage is would be drastically lower than the people
Right.
reading the first post.
Like, that's
something they have to realize. Not everybody reads the forums to begin with, and then the few people that do would read the first post, and then there's a
and then not the
drastic
rest.
drop that would actually read the whole thread.
Right. So the original one, instead of runes pending, rebalance, should have been this comment that it's clear that several of them overpowered, allowing somebody of 70-ish skill to get 100. Like, that should have been laid out in the original post. And that would have helped spur the discussion.
Mm.
I don't know.
It's true. And you know what? I would personally want them to put, like, figure out other rewards for rifts. Get rid of runes. Do something else. Make it more viable for other reasons that you'd want to do rifts. And then really introduce, get rid of runes and then introduce a different system altogether that would benefit all of us more than the whole rune system and the limitation of that and the problems of all of that, and make it more fun for us that don't have time to go to these timed events. Even back in the day when I was doing before they did riffs, and we had many discussions where we talked about the reasons why the uniques were poorly designed.
Right.
We basically sat there and said, okay, uniques are poorly designed because of people don't have the time to structure their days around the uniques. And instead, they should make uniques structured around people's time. And I said, whatever system they come out next, we know that combat needs something. Whatever system they come out next, they should make it so that though that system is timed around people's ability to do things. Make it so that users can trigger it. They can do things with the Alliance. They can schedule events like this. Imagine the chess set was only available and it spawned in at 3 o'clock in the morning our time, and it lasted for so many hours, and we had to go into 3 a.m. and we had to design this whole system, this whole day around Wurm's time to get this event going.
Right.
We would basically say, okay, this is not an option for us. We're not going to do it. And that's what a lot of people's responses are with the uniques. That's why we haven't done very many uniques.
The analogy that I used back then to describe the problem with it was the comparison between cable TV and Netflix, right? Like cable TV, you have to structure your life around the time that your television show comes on. And if you don't make it to your show, you completely miss it. Whereas Netflix is like on demand. Like whenever I want to watch this show, whatever episode that I want to watch, I can just turn it on when I am available to.
It's a group event, right? It's a group event, which means that if we can do the Netflix style thing, then we can host events with all of our village or all of our alliance and then go and do it. But didn't, so that's what we said. And then what did they do? They introduced Rifts, which has the same time restriction as the uniques, but the only difference is that you can kind of see where they're going to spawn. And
due to the time restriction, we don't really go to Rifts, and
we can't. We can't.
I think we killed our first unique for the very first time. We killed our first unique like a few months ago on stream. And the only reason why it happened was because somebody said, hey, there's a dragon right there. And we were streaming miraculously at that moment. And they're like, everybody's like, we're at the Impelong, so there's tons of people. And somebody randomly found a dragon. And so we all just ran, and it was just coincidence. If that didn't happen, we would still not have killed any uniques.
That's right.
I think I've been to 2 rifts. I don't think you've been to a rift, have you?
I haven't been to a rift. I don't have the time to schedule around a rift.
Right. Yeah. So we would love to see a system in place where
we're talking more about 90s TV, I guess. Cable TV.
Right. Before, I guess you can now record it, but
cable TV guides.
Yeah.
Remember buying those like books?
The rifts are set up like the old school cable TV, where it's like your show is on at this time, and if you miss it, you miss it, and that's just it. Like maybe you could record it, but I guess there's no analogy of recording it in rifts. Like if you miss the rift, you miss it, and it's done.
Yeah, I'd love to do a rift. It sounds fun. We all made fun of it because they called it a rift system. They have a rift that comes out, and then things spawn out of it, and you have to kill them. And we all know that there's a game called Rift where the exact same thing happens. I thought that was funny at the time when they came out with that.
Although in that game, the rifts happen every few minutes or whatever. It's
I mean, that's their central focus of that entire game, really.
Central focus,
so,
yeah. Might try one day. I feel like you didn't go.
I did, unfortunately.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I thought you saw everything.
I know. You're going for it. I know. I thought maybe you wouldn't, but then after I went, ah, yeah, there's no chance. You're just gonna do
There's
it.
no choice. Like, there's no choice. I have to do it. I can't believe.
And
Like,
does that
you were like, I
does
see
that harm
everything.
me? Yes, I
What?
meant this to happen.
Yeah, right. Does that harm me? And there's the Adam cam. What did you move then? I don't see it.
It's okay. Just do
All
it.
right. Uh-oh. It just completely encompassed.
Sure, you could. Yeah, just go inside of it.
Oh yeah. you
Yeah,
can go inside
grab a
of it.
cart, get your prize.
Oh, just whatever. Push it up.
Was that my
inside.
queen? Yes, it was.
Yep.
I'm
Was,
terribly sorry.
emphasis on was.
Yeah. All right.
You know, I just want to remind you one more time that as I was moving my bishop over to this spot, you uttered the phrase, I see everything. Or it wasn't my bishop, it was the pawn. I was moving my pawn out of the way of the bishop. That's what it was.
No comment.
Watching this is like watching someone prepare an extravagant dinner for 3 hours and then eat it in 5 minutes. Del Race is like, I have to switch sides.
Well done.
Or
Now-
do you?
How about we switch? Okay, so for the first bit of this conversation, we've been bashing the devs. I don't know what to switch
Not
that
really
tone now.
bashing them.
I mean, not bashing, but we're stating our discontent with the situation.
Yes.
And I want to switch that tone because honestly, the devs do deserve a lot of credit, particularly for keeping this game alive and for doing the things that it took to get the game on Steam. And I would say, for the most part, the Steam launch was extremely successful and brought a new life to this game that we definitely felt was waning in the months before.
Mm-hmm.
Is our audio low?
Is it all of our audio?
Or is like one of us lower than the other?
Maybe it's your audio?
Maybe turn
Anybody
your
else's
volume up? I
audio
don't
is
know.
low because we see our audio is really high.
Okay.
In fact, we are in the red.
Okay, so everybody's feeling good. So Esham, just double check.
You disgusting pig.
Okay. Just double check that in case. I don't think I'm using my webcam mic. I think I'm using this guy right here. Right, okay, so back to what I was saying. Like, I want to congratulate the devs on this successful launch. I know it was really, really tough to get it to the point where they were launching it. They were probably working night and day for months leading up to the launch. And then there was a whole bunch of fixes that needed to happen right after, so they were working night and day again. And then, you know, the moment we stopped hearing stuff from the devs, like maybe after the 2-week mark, like my initial feeling was they probably went on vacation, right? They deserve a vacation at this point. Like, they've probably been working their butts off and it paid off and the project was, you know, successful. They deserved a break. And in fact, they need a break because you don't want these guys to be completely burnt out. You know, it's fair to say that these guys need a break and to give them rest. And it's expected that we shouldn't, you know, maybe shouldn't have heard a lot from them. I'm sure that they were in a daze after the launch. So decisions at that point should not have been made. Like critical decisions probably shouldn't have been settled upon at that point. Okay, so you didn't really see anybody go on a break, to be honest. I mean, when I say break, I mean like break in the sense that they're not. There wasn't any communication to the players. When was the last Valorant International that we've gotten? And that might be because there isn't anything to report in terms of, updates and things like that. There isn't, and maybe they're working on things in the background, like tweaking things. And I know Keenan's been doing the server migrations, and I know Samuel's been doing like the bug fixes and stuff. And I honestly don't know exactly what each dev is doing because they don't give us that. Taking a breather, exactly. That's kind of what I meant. Like, just like, whoa, okay, everything that just happened was crazy. Let's just pause for a second and just hold, which is what it felt like. I'm sure they were still thinking about things and planning stuff, and but okay, so they continued working though. I honestly feel like they deserve a break. They should take a break. They should rest and get some perspective again. A game like this requires the devs to be fresh and to be thinking about things critically. And if all you're doing is being in the weeds the whole time, like fighting the players and not fighting, but getting all the negative feedback from the players, and you're just trying to fix bugs and prevent exploits, if that's where your headset is, you're not in the proper place to think about how to restructure major systems in the game to be better off for the future.
Did you go already?
They need to reset. The last move I did was I took your queen, and then you took my bishop. That's right. I did not go since then. Okay. Here we go. All right. I'm just gonna double check that I'm not putting myself at risk here. Your rook is there. Okay. You got a rook there. You got a bishop here. Okay.
And this is okay. So Dal raced. Why have players left? And that's, I mean, it's nothing to do with the devs and what they did before or after the launch. It's really if you asked me, it was more about how they prepared for the launch. They were so concerned about certain things to accomplish, thinking that these were the things that stopped players from enjoying the game. And the problem was, as old Wurm players, we know what the problem in the game is, and it wasn't a skin of the UI. That was not the problem. They decided to focus on that. I mean, it's nice to have. It's great that they did it, but it wasn't the reason why players leave the game, or it wasn't the reason why players don't play the game.
Yeah. I think that most veteran
the
players
game always
could
had
have
problems with retention.
Well, yeah. People who played the game for a long time beforehand would have predicted that there would have been people would have come in, enjoyed the game for a couple months, but we knew that that's the end of it. Like for a lot of people, I mean, we reach an end point of the game for them, and then they stop playing. That's just a normal.
So you have to understand. So it's easy to predict that. It's harder to understand exactly why. And I've broken it down to something that maybe everybody can understand here, based on a scenario, I guess. And it comes down to, okay, we all say if you get bored at doing something, do something else. Wurm is an infinite sandbox, and you can do everything. So it's the player's fault or something that if they get bored. But the truth of the matter is that, and the complexity of why we can't really understand it. There's not like a black and white answer. It's because players do play the game for a specific reason. They start playing the game, they enjoy specific aspects of the game, and depending on what they're enjoying, you can basically determine how far they're going to get and then when they're going to stop through a few different factors. And let's just give you a small idea of what I mean here. Imagine if you're a player and you're really enjoying the building aspect of this game. That's why you're playing. You terraform your deed. You build your house, and you're really enjoying that aspect. And what's the reward for doing that? You terraformed, you built your house. Now your reward is that all of your items, like there's a brand new thing. You didn't have a house before. Now you have a house. The house gives you a benefit of being able to sleep in a bed. The house gives you a benefit of being able to put items into your house and having it secure.
And be protected from mobs.
And protected from mobs, from other players stealing your stuff, that sort of thing. And then you build your second house because you're excited. You might want to get your skill up, build a higher house, build a stone house, build a pottery house.
More storage.
You're enjoying this part of the game.
Yep.
And then that player hits a wall and says, okay, I've done this part. Yeah, I could grind my skills, but I'm not really a grinder. Yeah, I could do this other thing, but I'm not really, that. I don't really enjoy that as much as this. What's the end game for builders? What's the end game for this? And they've essentially gotten there. And then they stop playing. So for those kind of players,
you can tell that this is the type of player if they're the person who will say, I don't grind anything. I just, play the game naturally and watch my skills go up through natural play, right?
Yeah. So there's a specific
there's actually two
kind
types
of player.
Of players like that. So one of them will be a builder type, and the other one will be a farmer type, right? Like a person who raises animals and this sort of thing.
And we're breaking this down into something very simplistic. A player might not be only a builder. They might enjoy building and they may enjoy something else. There's lots of different types of players and reasons why people play this game. And based on those reasons, you can kind of determine when they're going to get to the point where they feel like they've done everything, even if they haven't, that they've done everything that they've wanted to do. And that clearly is interesting to them to do.
Right. But Jack, you're different. And I would say the same goes for cats and us. We are the type of players who like to share things with community, right? And also engage with community. And I would argue that that's the type of player who will stick around.
It's not you enjoy one thing and then therefore, or you don't enjoy one thing and therefore you're this. It's many things. You enjoy many things. You don't like many things. And the culmination of all that stuff you could potentially break it down to determine whether that player is going to continue or not based on the amount of content that we know as players exist in this game. And that would uncover the weak points in this game. And so now you have to kind of break that down and say, okay, what are the majority of the players, maybe pick a few aspects of the majority that every player does at one point or the other, whether they enjoy it or not, and then try to figure out which parts that people enjoy out of those the most, and then see if you can expand on that. I don't know what it is. They would have to do some research and we can all theorize what we feel needs some sort of enhancement to keep players interested. But there's a wall, right? There's always a wall that you can go through. So when people talk, you have players that say, okay, World of Warcraft does such and such and such, and then to keep players around, they have weekly patches, and then you have other players that combat that and say, that's a completely different kind of game. You can't compare apples and oranges and stuff, but in the end, you can compare World of Warcraft in some aspects. You can't compare it in feature sets or anything like that, but you compare it to the way that they retain players over time in a general sense, right? And in the sense that, okay, if you just take World of Warcraft, let's say their feature set is their combat. That's their feature set. One of them is like PvE combat. So players get through their PvE combat, which there's a lot of, and they eventually reach the end of it, and then they stop playing to whatever reason. And so Wurm is more vast, and there's lots of more different things. And we're breaking this down simplistically, but the players do their
go ahead.
stuff that they want to do, and then they reach the end of what they do, and there's no more reward for them to do it, and then they stop playing. They hit the wall, and the game.
Yeah, I think Brian, is it your turn? I'm pretty sure it's your turn.
I feel like it's my turn, unfortunately.
Okay, so I'm just going to comment on a couple of things. Amethyst, you're saying that in this day and age, it's like there's so many games to choose from. It's very common that people don't stick around in a single game for many years. And I'd say that that's totally true. There's just so much to choose from out there. And, you can sink your teeth into a game for a couple months, but then the next game comes out and you're like, that you've been waiting for. And that totally happens. But I found that there's a lot, like in Wurm, there seems to be this trend amongst a certain group of people who they'll get pulled away from another game, but then they always kind of come back to Wurm, right? Like there's a specific type of player that returns to this game over and over again. And there's quite a few people that play this game that are in that category. And there's something about it. I'm not sure what it is. And I feel like if Wurm can pinpoint that and expand on that and focus their attention on making that thing that's causing people to come back better, then that will have the best output. And Serene, you're saying that you didn't share for all these years. You still had fun in this game. You played for a long time. So then now the question becomes like, what is it that kept you coming back to this game or sticking with this game? Like I think the devs need to really probe the community on that particular question. They need to phrase their posts in a way that gets people to tell them what it is that causes the players to be so passionate about this game or always come back to it if ever they go off to try another game. There's people who just come back to this game. Like we're amongst them, right? We're definitely painting things black and white when it really isn't. It's not like so clear cut as everybody who's just a builder is going to quit. Like, that's not true.
Breaking it down to make it be able to understand a more complex issue in a simplistic way.
Exactly. It's very intricate. It's very hard to understand exactly what's happening in the player's mind when they decide they're just not going to come into the game anymore. Now is the time to really think about this, because now is the time that the server's been open for, what is it, almost 3 months now?
Yeah.
Or 2 months? Is it 2 months or is it 3 months?
Like, here's an example. So
64 days. Okay,
everything in Wurm can be expanded upon, right? So let's say they decided to go and look at cloth tailoring and say, okay, we're going to expand this. We're going to add all these new items. We're going to make cloth tailoring more robust. We're going to give it like the cooking treatment that happened in 2015 or whatever. And they end up basically saying, making cloth tailoring this huge update. They spend so much time on it, and all the cloth tailors rejoice, and it's just amazing for them. But nobody else. Now you've basically spent all that time on cloth tailoring. Everybody else that doesn't like cloth tailoring might see some benefit from it, from items that cloth tailors make, but they don't actually get new gameplay out of it themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, how many cloth tailors are there? Yeah, how many cloth tailors are there? How many players will feel the effect directly because of that, and that's what they'd have to weigh. So I'd argue, and this is just my opinion, you'd want to pick something that you can implement in the game that allows for the most amount of players to feel the effects from in a positive way. I mean, easy to say, but hard to pinpoint. What does that mean?
Right. Hold on. I'm just thinking here. I just want to make sure. Like, I'm holding the piece.
Okay.
Just want to make sure I'm not going to get killed here. Okay.
I mean, and in the end, we've seen so many players on what they do. We've seen so many players. Let's just say that. Oh, okay.
Okay, so I think two things were said that I would put as the big things that keep people in the game. Okay, so like there's the type of people who come back to this game time and time again, and this is Kat saying that no other MMO offers the freedom that Wurm does. Like Wurm has such an open-ended feel to it, and that you try another game and you see like how much you can't do in that game, and you just think, well, that didn't do it for like me. Like that didn't scratch the itch that I was feeling. Like I want another game to sink my teeth into that offers the same amount of freedom, if not more, than Wurm. And you go over there and you try it, and it's like, it's not like Wurm. So you come back. Okay, so there's definitely that. And then Serene came back to what I had commented before and said, for her, it was the community and the building and the farming and the exploring and the rifts and the uniques and the impelongs, right? And like, I would definitely say that the person who falls in love with the community, who's like the socialite, who has friends who play the game, who joins in events with their friends, those people are going to stick around for a long time as well. Okay, so I would put those as like the top two in terms of,
And hey, dreamt.
like, adding new mechanisms, adding new skills, adding new this, that, or the other thing isn't going to keep people for long term, right? Like, you put in archaeology, okay, that occupies people for a few months, and maybe there's the one or two people that it like sticks with, but people are going to stop liking to do archaeology at some point, and it's not going to be the
You know
thing
what?
that
It's a
keeps them
great
there
system.
forever.
It's a great system to have, and it would be a great side project for a dev to create. Like, not saying anything like that, but I mean that whole project would take a dev's time in a small team, and this is more for small teams. What focus should they be really spending all their time on for a very long period of time? Because the result is going to be what players are going to react to. And
Tuxie, you're right. Sorry, go ahead. Or did you have nothing to follow up on that?
well, I have an overall place to get to, but go ahead.
Okay, so Tuxie's saying maybe people are so used to games pushing them along, telling them what to do and where to go, and when they encounter true sandbox experience, they don't know what to do with all that freedom. So you're right. However, those people tend to not stick with the game right off the bat. Like, they'll try the game, they'll be like a couple days maybe in, and then they'll stop.
You almost have to separate those players
there's
from
those,
the back.
yeah.
Like, you're not going to get those players no matter what.
Sure, yeah, exactly. There's those people, but then there's what we're really focusing on are the people who fall in love with the game, who sink their teeth right into it. Like, they're playing
for like
maybe
a month or 2 months or 3 months.
Yeah. Like, in that vicinity, like 2 months, 3 months, they do everything. They build their deed, they build their house, they build their farm, they collect their animals.
And in that sense, they do
get
everything
their
they
skills up.
want to do.
Right.
They're enjoying. And then they're looking at that, like, I don't know, another example is boat making. Someone loves boat making. They build all their boats, and they make their caravel, or they make their nar, or whatever they want to make, and then they wake up one morning and they think, okay, do I really want to make another caravel? Do I really want to make another Like,
Right.
what is the interest to me if I'm a shipbuilder in this game? And that's the type of thing we're talking about. Like, how do you
Right.
remove those restrictions in a way that
And
a
how do
small
you-
team can do? And the example that I would say is this, okay? They have to work smartly. A small team has to work smartly. They knew since I think September was the announcement, something like that, last September, so a year ago, that they said what we're going to need to work on is the UI. We're releasing a Steam client. We're releasing the game on Steam. We want to make this as impactful as possible. They made the decision. One of the things that they want to do is to make the game a little more interactive by changing the UI and giving us more UX sort of capabilities. Great. So to me, if I was a small team, I'd be looking at the UI and saying, we're a tiny team. Like, we know this is going to take a long time. So instead of trying to just, like, what we ended up getting was more of like a skin of the UI. You know, like, they're interchangeable. You could go play the old client and you don't really lose as that much functionality.
Did you end up going?
I haven't. I'm still debating
Okay.
while I talk.
Okay. Yeah.
And I'll just get to the end
keep
of this
talking.
point and then I'll go.
Yep.
So
Okay.
what I would have done is looked at making the ability, and there's Adam's. No matter what you pick, Adam's going to be a Viking today.
I know. Seriously, I'll fix that.
And what I would have done is said, okay, how do I make it so that we can create sort of like a basic UI, but then release tools to allow the player to be able to skin it themselves and release like their own version of their UI. They can create their own graphics, release it to the community, and there could become a community of people that sort of mod the UI or release their own version of the UI. And people can pick and choose what they want their UI to look like. Now, I release the pressure off of me as a dev and say, okay, we've released the tools that you guys can use to create your own UIs. And then there would be a group of players that step in, because there always is, that decide they're going to create the UI that they like. And then all of a sudden, the community in general in Wurm now have 5, 10 UIs to choose from. And everybody's happy at that point. And so that's what I would do as a small developer. You'd want to start creating these tools that put a lot of the grunt work onto the community to do, because there's so many artistic people in this community that's going to happen. Another example was that they had was the default keybind. And we talked about this so much. The default keybind is designed in a way that makes it so the devs have to think up every single possibility for every single item to possibly make it work. How can they do that? Why didn't they design it in a way that the player has the ability to determine what the default key would be in every situation as they go? Now they take the onus off of them to figure out every single option, and the players themselves can create their own whatever they want the keybind to be, and it would save for them as they go along playing. And I'm not talking about typical modding the game so that you can cheat. I'm talking about allowing a themable UI. They can do that without allowing actual gameplay cheating. And this is not uncommon in other games. You can go into World of Warcraft and mod the UI.
Right.
I hate to use the word mod. Let's use the word, I don't want them to add any extra, players to be able to add any extra features to the UI. I want players to be able to skin the graphics of the UI. Change the font of the UI. You know, like those sort of things.
It is true. Like, other games allow you to do that, and
This is not
like. And Cats, I don't know if that your concern is.
Other games have done this. Almost every game has done this.
I mean, there might be the odd person who does a very crappy job, but nobody's going to use it. You know, like, the ones that are going to become more widespread that everybody's going to choose to use are the ones that are good. and those ones are going to be proliferated around the community more. So
Yeah,
the
we're
crappy
worried
ones.
about like do the devs have to approve these?
Maybe
No, like they wouldn't have to approve them, but they could technically stop ones from working if they really wanted to
Like,
build
if-
that system,
yeah,
if it was
yeah,
really
yeah.
offensive or something.
I want to go back to a comment that Fabricant said because it
Why
made
would
me
people
laugh.
spend like days and days or weeks on something
So
that
Fabricant,
no
this
one
was
would
in
use?
this is in response to my archaeology comment. He says the only people who stop doing archaeology are the ones who don't understand its true power. Because I know Fabricant, you probably fall into that category of the handful of players who stick around like just for archaeology or love it so much. It is like a great skill. It's just, I mean, I got my skill up in archaeology. I did all the things that you can do. I don't know if I can keep up with it, I guess. I know it does give you
Right,
lots of
I'm just gonna do
good
it.
stuff as results, but so does priesting. So you're just gonna do it. Fab. Ooh.
Yeah, and
Ooh,
there's
that
the
is
thing. Yeah,
good
Fabricant.
move. I was
You
not
can-
seeing that one.
You can make your own UI, make it horrendous or vulgar or whatever is possible, and you know what will happen? No one would use it but you. I mean, it's just like taking a screenshot of Wurm and then drawing offensive stuff over it. Like, and if some people use it, I don't know. Let me think about this for a second. Let me think about this for a second. All I'm saying is that the goal of a small dev team should be to design stuff in a way that gives the most amount back to the players in the shortest amount of time. And there's just ways to do that. These are just examples. Yeah, I would love to have UI, like different UIs to try. People like different things. A Wurm team couldn't possibly make a UI that everybody loves, but they could design a system to allow the players to design their own UI, and therefore you have the most amount of players happy with the decision that you have made in that same amount of time. There's other
Kazi was
examples,
saying,
but
I tried some other sandbox games that didn't hinder my gameplay behind timers. And even though I like Worm a lot, I find it hard to return to it now that I have been playing other games that allow me to queue up crafting on workbenches and still move around doing other stuff. I would say that. Well, okay, so two things. Number one, you can craft in this game while moving around and doing other stuff. But secondly, I honestly don't think, like, while workbenches is like a good idea that they could bring to the
I
game,
love that
honestly
idea.
don't think. I know you love that idea. I love that idea. I think it's good. I also don't think it's the thing that's going to retain those players.
it's
that
not.
leave
But
after
I
a few
love that
months.
idea.
Right. Yeah. Because I do like the idea. I think that it would definitely take and I've thought through some really cool things that could be done with that, but it would be something that would allow me personally to continue my end game in this. I honestly don't think it's the thing that's going to keep those players that leave. Ooh,
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
what you did?
Okay. Okay.
Are you sure? Are you sure that's what you
I
wanna
don't
do?
know. I wasn't sure.
I don't. Yeah. Because
I was
no,
not sure. Was I?
I see. Because you can
Can't
my
take
queen with your
every
pawn if I don't
possibility,
move everything,
but
but if I move my
although
queen in a
that's
way,
it's not too bad. That's not
it's
too
not
bad.
terrible. It's not terrible. But let me see here. Let me think.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it.
Just trying to see if I can handle this pawn that's over here somehow, in some way. This pawn here is going to be a problem.
Keep talking out loud.
I think I'm going to just do this, right? Because I think I see what I'm going to do. Okay, so Gotta think a few steps ahead here.
Yeah.
But I think this is the move to do.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
I see
Okay, so
it.
that goes there, and we'll move this guy off.
I see it. I see it.
Dude, Jensen. If we let Fabricant redo the UI, we would get UI with boy statues all over it. Okay, so Slider, you're saying just make it so only parts you want the UI hooked into. Lord of the Rings Online is a great example of the possibilities of UI customization. I don't know how UI customization works over there. I mean, we played that game for a while, but I never messed around with the UI. Setting your character to make planks from a container full of logs while you're offline, not gaining sleep bonus, but also making one plank every 5. So like automated bulk creation of some kind. Automated bulk creation. I mean, there's definitely going to be balance issues that happen because of that. I mean, as it is, people game the system legitimately in the sense that they'll like premium up many alts, and then you can imagine a situation when somebody creates 10 20 alts and they're all just bulk creation in order to amass some amounts of bulk so that they can sell for money. I don't know if that's a problem per se, but yeah, exactly. There's Fabricant saying the same thing I'm saying. Yeah, I think that there might be a problem there with that. Yeah,
They could do that. I mean, sure, automated bulk creation. That's not going to save the game.
yeah. I don't think
Unfortunately.
it's going to address the issues that we're bringing up. But
Yeah, that's not
it's a
the issue.
suggestion. There's balance issues. Wait, did you move? I didn't see. Oh, you.
I
no.
did.
What did you? Oh, you move your rook. I see it. Oh no, you moved your king. You moved your king.
Yeah, I had to.
I see
Well,
it.
I didn't have to,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I did.
You didn't have to, but you did. Yeah. Okay. Because. Wait. Hold on. Yeah. This is.
I mean,
Yep. In you go.
I think I'm at the point.
I think he's
Actually,
seeing
I won't say anything. I won't say anything.
Okay, you're not gonna jinx yourself.
Trying not to. I'm at the point where my sleep deprivation
Maybe, yes.
is making.
Brian had to work last night.
Unfortunately, I worked all night long last night, so I'm.
Yeah. Well, he'll get his rematch, right? Because we're gonna be doing a official. This was sort of like just a warm up round. We're gonna be doing an official Wurm chess match at the Halloween Impelong on the old servers. We're gonna be bringing our old characters on the old servers to the Halloween Impelong, and we're gonna participate in the chess event. So he'll have to get some. He'll have to get himself some sleep. Right, Serene's saying automatic bulk creation would make building faster, and I don't think that would be a good move. Imagine how many bridges and cities would be everywhere. Yeah, I mean, it would just like the time it takes that person to get to the end of playing and then they're done with the game. Like all that's going to do is just make that period of time shorter. If mats are way easier to collect.
Yeah, and that doesn't solve anything. I mean, if the problem is something like that players would leave the game once they finish what they're doing, how is making them finish faster going to help this game? Make them
I
get
think-
to the end of what they feel faster.
Right. What they need to do is make the journey more enjoyable and make the journey the thing that they like,
It's all about
not the end result.
no, but it is a little bit about the end result.
It is. You're right. It is about the end of the result because you know the person has this end goal in mind, and then they set out the path to get to the end result. But
Whatever the end result is, it has
it's
to be worth
the
it.
enjoyable part. You're right, but the enjoyable part of the game isn't the end result, right? Once you have the house and you have it all set up, it's like the reason why people feel like they're done is because they've reached the end result, and they need to come up with another journey to take in order to stay engaged with the game.
Right.
We've learned this a long time ago. In order for like, we would have a project, and when it was done, we would feel that sense of I'm not sure if I want to log in because I don't have anything to work towards. And what it would take to get back in the game was us to generate a new end result that we want to work towards. And it was the journey that kept us in the game. So the game needs to point people in the direction of a new journey, right?
Yeah. And EQ newbie, that's a completely other discussion entirely. Decay rate of off-deed structures. There's reasons why they decided to do what they did. I don't agree with some of them. They've essentially made it extremely hard to play as a free player. I mean, that was their goal, right? Their goal was to just make it hard for people to play off of a deed, to people to play if they don't have plus 20 skills, for people to play. And right from the beginning of the game, we've been a proponent on how do you make it more fun? How do you get that player to a state where they're really enjoying the game to then want to subscribe? And we always felt that point was
and
too low, and we've been vocal about it, and they've made a few changes because of that. For example, cows you couldn't ride cows before, and
Right.
and they made it so you could ride cows.
Wolfbear's bringing up something that was brought up by Tuxie earlier, and that's expanding the journal to help with pointing people in the direction of what to do next. Like, I feel like the journal as it is points people in the wrong direction, right? Like one of the items that people complain a lot about is go do 100 riffs. Like, I like, I don't know what to say to that, because has anybody even finished that goal? Like, how many people got to like the 50th rift and was thinking, I'm still in this. I'm waking up every day thinking about when the next rift is going to be, and this is what's keeping me engaged with the game. Maybe there's somebody out there.
The journal is
but
another topic that we could go down in typical. I haven't actually talked about why they did what they did, why they made it more like harder for players to be
I'm
a new
gonna
player.
go take a bathroom break.
Okay.
Keep going.
I'm more talking about why, like the observations I had about trying to get people invested in the game, and then the opposite direction that they've eventually went through. Like, instead of making it easier for a new player, they made it harder, and there was reasons why they did that. There are lots of. Are they valid? Some of it's valid. The way they went about it was maybe too simplistic. That made it so they went really hard against new players because of griefing and all sorts of stuff. New players could come online and build a hut, and then that hut could stop a player from expanding their deed, or could stop. People would be placing huts everywhere, and those huts would be lasting forever. And people used to do that to stop players from deeding specific areas. And so they to combat that, they made systems to make it really hard for a free player to play. There was probably other ways they could have done it, and they didn't do it.
But honestly, about the free player playing, like, this game isn't truly a free-to-play game, even though it says
It's
so on
not.
Steam. It's really the idea of
But-
the free trial. It's like a free-to-try game, an unlimited free trial, is really what it is. So
Yeah.
I think it's fair. It's definitely wasn't fair when a player could place a hut and that hut would stay around for a long time, and that prevents a paying player from expanding their deed. Like that didn't sit right with me. Or how players would build fenced off areas. They would just like literally fence off a massive area, and then there was a rule in place that prevented people from bashing that fence. And so, like, you could be a free to play player, just fence off a massive area, and it prevents paying people from actually using that land for anything. Yeah, I think that they had to do something about that. Yeah. I don't know. Oh, I should. Do you end up going yet?
I thought I did. I thought it was your turn. Or did you move? Did you move?
I'm trying to think. Okay, so the last thing I did was I took your
What was that,
Took
the last
your
thing? Yeah, then it's your turn.
knight.
No, wait.
Okay, I'm just.
I think.
What did you do then? So you had moved your king. I
Okay,
took
yeah, it's your turn.
knight,
It's your turn. Yeah, it's your
and
turn.
then what did you do? You moved
I
your
did stuff,
rook.
but you
moved your
have
rook.
to go.
I see it. I see it. Yes, 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 yes. You moved your rook.
Yeah, it's another. It's another. I'm always the big proponent to more players the better, and by making it harder for a free player to do anything, you stop more players from being in the game and interacting with people, and there's other parts to it too. How do you make so the new player feels really good about the game, that they, when they're here as a free player, to then want to transfer to being an actual
Whoops.
paying player. And the game's not really in a state that maximizes that effort, I would say.
And Slider, I just wish they could increase all of the text in the game to any size to like bigger, I guess, so my old eyes could easily see. And I totally agree. I have a hard time personally as well to see.
Yeah, if
the
you're a
text.
fairly new player, then you would not realize that that's one of the features they removed from the game for the Steam
Used to be
launch
able to.
because of the UI. It was one of the things in the new UI that they either did not think about or decided, we don't have the ability to do that in time, so they removed it from the new UI, and they've stated they're going to bring that back, essentially.
And notice how they did state that they're bringing it back, but they didn't state it in the post that Samuel made as one of the things that they like.
I thought they did. I thought it was one of the
Did they?
things, but I can't remember now.
I'm gonna have to look at that because I don't think he stated that. Okay, so there's a whole bit on UI. Let me read that. We're working on further improvements to the UI, addressing the common complaints before removing the old UI client, which is another thing that people are complaining about, that they're removing the old one. Among these will be improvements to the default, repeat action systems. Oh yeah, text size settings. Okay, yeah, they did say it. Better chat settings and more. What does that mean, better chat settings? Like, why don't they lay it out here? Like, they know what they're going to be working on. Why don't they just say it here? Better chat settings. Yeah. I know people are really upset.
There are,
that
I
the
mean,
old
the
UI is
group of
going.
players that have played for a long time and want to use the old UI, unfortunately, you're going to be disappointed because they're going to get rid of it. That's why it would have been better for them to create a UI system that players could create their own UI skin, and then you could just put the skin back in. Somebody would create an old UI skin, and then you can use it. Why aren't they just releasing or modifying the old UI as a themable thing? I mean, we already have the ability to to have multiple UI themes. That system's already in the game. We already have 2 in the new system. We had 2 in the old system.
Right.
From what they did and what I see, I don't know why they couldn't just skin the old UI and release that in the new client. Like how much work that would be involved.
I honestly don't see a single additional feature to the new UI system aside from the search feature, the searching your inventory.
Yeah,
Like,
which is
can you pinpoint one thing that's new that wasn't in the old UI that's on the new UI?
like a complete
besides the
rework
search?
of one of the UIs, or addition or subtraction or something.
Some rework.
It was a
of the way
skin.
it
That's
functioned.
why a lot of it we're calling it a theme or a skin or something like that. That's what they ended up doing. Now they did
Right,
it for a
search and
reason. They did it
filters.
so that these things, like, so what I thought they did it for was the ability to have larger screens, be able to use the UI, because before, if you had like a 2K or 4K screen, the UI was so small there was no ability to increase the size. But then they left elements that I thought they were changing the UI for, like the tool belt, like the compass. They didn't touch a bunch of things.
They
These
didn't touch a
menu
lot of
items,
things,
and I'm thinking, well, if the goal was to then create a new UI because then it could scale properly, then why is so many elements of the old UI in the new UI and it's working fine? The scaling's working fine. So at this point, I feel like they could have just skinned the new UI like the old UI
Yeah.
and
Just
gave that
put
as, for people as an option
better resolution. Yeah.
with
Yeah.
this new system.
Maybe hindsight's 2020. Maybe they had more vision for it, and maybe they got into the weeds of it and realized they can't do all the things they wanted to do. Who knows what ended up happening? But in the end, we got a new UI that essentially didn't change anything.
Yeah,
about
there's
the
a
game.
new I mean, it doesn't change anything, but the ability to remove tabs, like the village tab, and have it like as a third window.
Okay, yes,
That's
but
a new
that
thing.
Could, like again,
However,
you're right. That could have been added.
It doesn't work that well, in the sense, like, does anybody use that?
I don't use it personally. Maybe somebody else uses it.
Like in a way where that's how they always need it to look like something. They always need the skills window to be out or something else to be. It's not that.
Oh, when you relog, they separate again.
So
you know what? If they allowed us,
this
to do
is the
that,
thing, right? The problem was that you couldn't just remove a tab, set it the way that you like, and then that's your UI. That's the way that you, because then it just combines back together when you.
Maybe that's what they mean by better chat settings. I don't know.
So it's nice to be able to do that as a one-off, but it's not game-changing. It's not something that changed the way that people play.
Like, is it worth the 3 months that it took them to do this? Could they have spent that 3 months?
It's still my turn, isn't
something
it?
Better. It's still your turn, yeah. Yep. I mean, I hope that people aren't getting the wrong idea, because we are harping a lot on this. The thing is that we love this game. Like, we love this game. This game has occupied our gaming life for many years now, and we want to keep playing. We want so badly to not I don't know what it is. Like, we have been known to take breaks from this game because we usually happens after a project ends. And usually what it takes to get us back in the game is to think about another project to do. I don't know. I want to keep playing this game, really. And I wish that something was done to keep my attention on it. Right now we're having a blast though. I don't see an end in sight right now for our playing. The problem is I'm seeing the people around us encountering this issue, right? We're seeing it. And less and less people are logging in. People have gotten to that point. And
Yeah.
I'm really hoping something changes to bring them back.
Yeah, like back in last year, we knew, like me and Adam discussed it, and we knew what it would take for the Steam launch to be successful, and essentially we broke it down into two things. It was what they did, which was, you know, get it more polished, get it more newbie friendly, get it to a state where players come into the game and they can grab the play, like as many players as possible that like this type of game. And then the second thing was be able to identify the problems that have always been around that made players leave the game, basically to identify how to increase retention, because we all knew what the problems were just many years ago. 8 years ago we knew what the problems were, and to identify those parts and to have those things implemented in a state that would go live within like a month or two. Like we knew the time, it was like a month, 2 months, people were going to start hitting that wall. How do you identify those walls and then introduce things to alleviate as much as you can? And that's the part they haven't even thought of. And so that's why everybody's thinking, okay, this is we're doing it again. We got players coming in. They're hitting the same
Jack's
wall they
saying,
did 8 years ago.
I've heard you'll
And
be
you
able
got
to
players
indulge
going
in another puzzle labyrinth stream soon. Yes, I've heard that Tuxie
We
and Drogos
did.
are gonna attempt the puzzle labyrinth. Actually, while I was listening to you guys talking about it on your stream, I wanted to give you guys advice, but at the time I wasn't able to type in some comments. So, and this goes for anybody in the audience who's planning on potentially trying the labyrinth out. It's on Xanadu. It's near Vrock's Landing. From Vrock's Landing, you can use the highway system to find it. Okay, and it's not that far. You can walk by foot within maybe 5 minutes or something, and you'll find it. So my pieces of advice for you. Number one, bring something that you can carry water in. Okay, and it might help out to have water there already, but there's fountains that you can fill your water up. Number two, bring cotton, because there are potential places where you could get yourself hurt. There's potential places where you have to get yourself hurt, and cotton will help. And number three, pay
However,
very close attention to the fact that there are, were you going to say statues? The statues?
Yeah.
There are statues placed in the labyrinth. They're nymph statues that have the magical property that if you inspect them or examine them, they will completely heal you, 100% heal. And those were put in there by Retro, who was very kind to help us out with the labyrinth in that regard.
They're
And
called
Jack saying
something
it's a
else. I think they're called
must-have experience. Yes.
Statue of Rejuvenation or something like that.
Statue of Rejuvenation.
So
Yeah.
identify that they do exist. They're all around the labyrinth. So definitely
Keep your eye
examine
open for
them when you
those.
get hurt.
Yes. But having a bunch of cotton just in those tight pinch type situations might help out. Any other advice can you think of?
Yeah, and this is for more newer players that don't understand. There's no place in the labyrinth that you can cheat the system. If you don't ever think, I'm not going to do that, because I don't think I meant to do that.
Right.
You can do anything. Yeah.
So Jack
there's no
is
rules.
saying the same thing. There's no rules. Do everything the game allows you to. That's a good one, right? Like, if the game allows you to do it, we intended it to be that way.
Yeah.
We
It's been long enough that we've identified every single loophole that players can do,
right,
and we've left in the ones that we want to have left in. So,
Did you go?
yeah.
Okay, I see it now. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, you feel it. I know you feel it.
I feel it. I feel it.
There was this. I was watching a couple of the old Labyrinth videos that we made back when we were making it. And there was this one episode where Retro was going through the Labyrinth,
Mm-hmm.
and we were watching him go through it. And he gets to the part in the city where you're in the stables, you know, like the first building you go, the stables, and he's up on the ledge, and somehow he's able to walk along, like it's like a vaulted ceiling with just like a wall that goes up 2 stories high, right? And he's able to walk along on the second story, just along the edge of the wall, and it allows him to get past a puzzle that we had. And we're like, we didn't know you could do that. We had no idea. And so it was those types of experiences that, like, we had several people go through, and we were testing it, and we were just making sure that any of those exploits were taken care of, right? So you can now still walk along the edge of the wall, but that may or may not help you get through the labyrinth anymore. And whatever you can do is intended. So, like, there's places where you're going to feel like, I could fall off here if I wanted to, but I don't think I'm supposed to. Okay? Erase that from your mind. There is a very good possibility that falling off there is what you're supposed to do. It may not be what you're supposed to do, but just know that if there's a place that you can fall off, we have thought through the process of, if you fall off here, this is what's you're going to experience next. Whether it's towards the end or maybe it leads you back to the beginning, who knows?
Yeah. There are moments where you're going to feel, if you get to these spots, like, wow, if I just did this, I would make it past this whole area.
Yeah.
And I
You
believe
designed it so that you think that.
Yeah, so there was one person that thought that. Who was that? It was that we actually saw stream it. It was Drongo, I think.
Was it Drongo? Yeah, it was Drongo.
And so he's like, "Oh, I'll just do this. I'll just climb up here and then jump over the wall." And now here I'm like at the end. I'm at the end of this section, and he does it, and it basically led him back to the beginning.
Right.
He was like so
Right back to the
excited for
beginning.
for like a moment, and because he gave it that shot, I mean, it turned out to be a really good stream. That was the first time he went through it.
Yeah. You know, the back to the beginning thing is definitely something we thought of a lot while designing the labyrinth.
Oh, you also
We wanted
can't.
there.
Yeah, you can't do. If I just go left or I just go right, I'll just turn right the whole time, and then of course
Right.
it's a labyrinth. I'll make it to the end. You can't do that. It's
Can't
not
do
that
that. We
type
made
of
sure that we
labyrinth.
did.
It's more of an adventure. You should be looking at the puzzles. You should be finding the, following the story that's presented to you to uncover clues as to what you should be doing. And for the people that have done it, they understand what that means.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a start.
Okay, so we've been talking a lot, but I know we haven't gotten to any of the items on our list.
We have a list?
Do we have a list?
I don't know if we have a list. I mean, I have many lists.
Yes, you have many lists. Oh yeah, okay, well, I mean, obviously one of the items on the list was Symbol's update. Was there a final Massively article?
I don't know. And even if there is, maybe that should be left for the next stream.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, because that. Yeah, I almost feel like they might have decided to stop based on the.
My guess, and I don't know if anybody's actually just gone to the website to find out. It wouldn't take that long, but uh, it requires more attention than we can give it today. My guess is that they I mean, he's a journalist, right? So
Mhm.
everything that we're wanting him to do, which is spend more time in the game, essentially just comes down to spend more time in the game and then you'll enjoy
Right.
it. He's a journalist. He's here just to write the article. He's not going to spend more time in the game. So my guess is that the next article is just him being like, well, not my kind of game.
Yeah, and
I wish it
there's a
was, but
bunch
it's
of
not.
people-
Like that's
it's
probably
not
the
only-
last article. But
like not only
you
this
know,
guy, but like when the Steam launch came out, there was a bunch of people
he'll
I was
move on.
really happy came on to try this game. Like Super Bits and Bob was one of them who he was really excited for the Steam launch. I'm not sure if he kept going. The second one was what was his name?
Yeah,
The guy
Larry
who does a
Wolfmere.
lot
That's
of
the-
Pantheon.
there's the title. That's basically what I thought it would be. Well, Worm Online, it's not for me. Well, that's okay.
And that's okay.
I'll move on
yeah.
now.
And that's okay.
And that's
yeah.
that's
And
you can't
I
expect
felt
much
like-
more from a journalist. That's
there were these people that
Jack
make
D.
YouTube
Bo
videos-
Hyman hasn't worked for Massively since like 2013,
Right.
14.
Bo Hyman, yeah. Yeah, we're talking about the guy who wrote Wolfmare.
Long time ago. yeah. Actually, it was once they created massivelyop.com. Yeah, he was let go. Because he wasn't let go. He wasn't like a employee there. He was, what do they call it? Just a guy that wrote articles for them on a per article basis.
Did you go?
No, still weighing my options. Yeah, he was a freelancer. There you go.
Okay, so I want to bring up another topic completely then, because I know that massively OP
Yeah, choose my
conversation
adventure.
we've had.
Yeah, I guess Makazi,
Okay,
you're right in the sense that it's not a review. It's not really supposed to, this is the wrong thing. It's not really a let's play either, and it's not really a this is my newbie experience in a game. It's not even that. Like that's what ended up happening with Wurm because the guy never played it. But really, that whole set of articles is designed to allow the reader base to choose what the player is going to do in a game, whether the person that's writing the article has played the game or not. Wasn't designed to be a newbie adventure. It wasn't designed to be an article that's about, and oh my god, Zek9, thanks so much for the sub.
hey Zach,
How you doing? You made it for the end of the
Thanks
chess
for the sub.
match, which still has the ability to go either way. You don't know.
you can always come back. from
No,
this,
just
but-
I don't know.
Is it still dark, or did it become day
Anyway,
and then now it's night again?
Day and then night again, probably.
Oh god.
So-
God.
So it wasn't really. It's not made to be a discover how the game is supposed to discover the game. I don't know why they chose Wurm. Usually they allow the reader to choose the game that they play. I don't know if that ever happened. Maybe it did. And somehow Wurm won. It was
Right.
just more designed to be a choose your own adventure type story for the reader to read through.
While it's not a review per se, it definitely paints a negative review of the game, right? Like anybody reading that article is probably not going to try Wurm if they've never heard of
It's
it.
exacerbated for Wurm Online even more because Massively doesn't create articles about Wurm. Look at the history. They do very small news updates every now and then. They've never really done a review of the game. There's nothing on that website that explains to a user why they should or should not play Wurm Online.
Right.
They haven't done that type of editorial or article before. This is the first one. in a very long time that they're doing. And that's why I think people got a little, you know, opinionated about it. Because if you're a person that goes to Massively, which again is not really suited for sandbox games, I find that's not why you would go to that website. They don't really have that backing for employees or people there that write articles. They don't write a lot of sandbox stuff. You wouldn't go there for that type of resource. That they gave it their best shot. And what you saw was a player that doesn't like sandbox games try to play a sandbox game and not understand how to play. That's all.
Did you end up going yet?
No, I'm just.
You don't
I'm
have
getting to
many
that
options
point.
left.
I don't have that many options left. You are correct. Thank you for pointing
Okay.
that out.
Let's switch topics because that's another just negative topic. I want
Anyway,
to
so
talk about a
that's
positive
not.
topic.
Yeah, we don't have enough
So-
time to really go into it, but yeah.
Some of you may know who Sindusk is. He, at one point, was he ran. I think he still runs a Wurm Unlimited server. He does a lot of modding for Wurm Unlimited. He then became an official dev on the dev team for Wurm Online. And then there was some kind of altercation, I want to call it, where he was working on stuff and there was some disagreement between how he was doing things and what the devs wanted to be done. And so they left. Like, he left. It was like they parted ways. Like, he stopped becoming a dev. He stopped developing Wurm Online. He continued to have his Wurm Unlimited server. And since then, he's been pretty vocal in the community of Wurm Online, specifically on the forums. And in his own streams, I think he vocalizes a lot of his opinions on the game. He obviously loves Wurm Online in the same, at least in the same like way that we love it. He's playing on the PvP server now, so he's definitely on that side of things. But he made a suggestion on the suggestion forums that I read and thought, wow, that's something. Like, that's something that the dev team can do.
And
That
I
would-
read and said, wow, that's something that the
Yeah, but-
devs could do.
maybe you wouldn't partake in this type of event or this type of part of the game. However, why it makes sense is because it's something that the devs have invested a lot of time into creating, and that is Jackal. They spent a ton of time creating Jackal. I think this was Buddha doing this.
It was Buddha that spent a lot of time creating Jackal, yes.
And it was met with some success. Okay, I don't want to say it was like 100% successful thing, but people seemed to like it. They enjoyed Jackal. There were some problems with it, particularly the ending of Jackal, and particularly the way that skills transferred back to the main character. However, a lot of those issues,
Back up.
a lot of those issues, Sindusk addresses, and he does so in a very intelligent way.
Oh, I see what you would do.
Let me see. He's very, he's another person very good at breaking things in the game. Yes,
You can't do
totally.
that either.
Okay, and he's also on Harmony.
You can't do that either.
Yeah. So I just wanted to go over some of the things I really liked about
That's
his
what you would
idea,
do.
because it would definitely, it would definitely help at least a little bit with some people when it comes to the what do I do next sort of thing. Okay, so Jackal was originally intended to be an end game sort of event where you walk through a portal with your main character, you end up on the other side as a brand new fresh character and on a fresh new land with new things to do, with new monsters to fight, with harsher environment, and you are supposed to restart essentially but this time on a world where there is an end goal for the entire world. Okay, so if the entire server has a goal to reach and everybody on the server is working towards that one goal. I don't know exactly the details about what the goal was in the first round. I know there was like some fortress that you had to somehow build your skills up enough to like invade the fortress and kill the things and beat the thing. I don't know. Something. It was rough around the edges, apparently. Okay, so what Syndusk proposes is, what if instead of like going to Jackal, you end up like back to a brand new character? What if you go through Jackal and you keep all your skills? The only thing is you don't have any items. So you're coming in with all your skills. Anything that you work on there just continues to build your skills. And when you come back, your skills transfer back. So everything you're doing on this Jackal world is essentially progressing your character, okay, in a one-to-one way, which was definitely not the case the first time around. Okay, now to make it so that the progress on Jackal doesn't go really fast. So instead of making it so that, like, I think the way that they had it the first time around is that it was supposed to be any skill you gain in Jackal, you get a fraction of that skill transferred to your old character or something like that. But there were some bugs with it. It wasn't working properly, and people weren't sure exactly what was going on with the skill transfers and whatever. So what Syndusk is proposing is forget that. Just one-to-one. Like, I walk through the portal with all my skills intact. Every skill gain that I gain over there on Jackal stays with me permanently when I come back. Okay, the only thing that doesn't happen is items don't transfer. Okay, now on Jackal, the entire world is covered in this, what did he call it? Hazardous terrain. He called fauna, where if you walk on that fauna, you get injured. Okay, so you have to stay in these like little patches where there's no fauna. And as your character, you are allowed to destroy the fauna, just like by packing the dirt, or it's like not hard to destroy the fauna. It's just the fauna is everywhere. Okay, so you clear out your region by packing the dirt or cultivating or whatever, getting rid of the fauna. And okay, so it says, in order to survive, players will be required to use a variety of methods to either remove or replace the fauna. Pavers can pack and pave over the fauna to make it safe to travel. Libella priests can use fungus to create mycelium, which will overtake the fauna. Bow priests can use cleanse, etc., etc. Okay, you can replace with dirt or grass. This will require players to move slowly across the map, making roads through the fauna to reach points of interest. Using Jackal points obtained through removing the fauna and assaulting outposts, players will be able to create deeds over areas which are fully expunged of the fauna. Okay,
Yeah.
so you're like working towards
Do you like
building-
that aspect?
I love that.
I don't know in practice if the fauna thing is actually good, or it's just something designed to just delay everything, or
I think
because
that
it
it's something
doesn't
to
stop players from going in a specific direction. And what I think will end up happening is that the first few players that go in, and group of players that start removing the fauna and go in a specific direction, everyone's just going to follow them. And you're going to end up with a specific kind of gameplay because of it that just doesn't.
Sure.
It gets rid of some aspects of Wurm, like exploration and be able to do things in multiple ways, just because of how not everybody is going to want to go in their own direction and figure stuff out themselves. So,
However,
but
the thing
one
is that
team to finish Jackal is essentially what's going to end up happening, which I guess would be the point. To have one group of players grouped together.
I don't think that's what's going to happen, though. I
You don't
it's
think
just
that's what's going to
one-
happen? No, I don't know.
What I think what's going to happen is that everybody on Jackal is going to feel united in the goal of trying to clear past 2 points of interest, right? So there's another aspect of this.
That's true.
That it's not just
Until
not
they're
just
cleared.
Wurm. Okay, but it's not just Wurm in the sense that there's open exploration. Like, that's what we love about this world, right? On this Jackal that he's proposing, the goal is not open exploration. The goal is very particular. You're trying to get to these points of interest as a group, and everybody's going to be
Right.
working together to try to get to these points of interest.
Right. And I mean, that's not my problem with the game, with that system. It's interesting. I'm sure a group of players would love that system. The same group of players that probably like rifts, the same group of players that probably like slaying uniques, the same group of players.
But this
Does
is
it
something that you
solve
can
the
do
problem with
without
those things?
a
Does
schedule.
it solve those problems with
If the
rifts?
problem
Does it
is
solve the
schedule,
problem?
then yes, it does. Totally,
So,
because it allows you to play on your
how?
own schedule. I just said it.
But you just said that a group of players would have to go in, and this whole thing is they would be forcing their way through this thing.
Okay.
How many groups of players would be doing this with individual goals?
I mean,
And that's
the
something that
answer
they
to
could
question
determine.
is how many
Infinite,
people want to.
One,
There's no
2, 3
restriction.
groups, 4 groups, 5 groups.
Are you?
How many
are you
different points of interest
suggesting-
are there?
Are you suggesting they
We don't
should
know,
limit the number of
so-
players that go there? Is that what you're saying?
No,
'Cause I
but
don't think that
what I
that's
think
the
would happen
suggestion.
is that that's what they would end up doing.
You mean you're saying
You
that
get to the
they're going to
point-
open this and only so many people are going to join it? Is that what
So
you're saying?
even if there's not a timed thing for this, which I'm assuming
Yeah.
is the case, you'll get to the point where there's a progress to it. There's no time, but there is a progress
Sure.
to the jackal that people will figure out, I'm guessing. And then at that point, you get to the point where you're going to log in and be like, well, they're already 3/4 of the way through. They're already 80% through. I'll just wait for the next time it comes.
Okay,
Right?
maybe.
That'll happen.
Maybe.
And because you can't plan it, you can't really plan it to your time still. You plan it to
Okay.
the server's time. So it doesn't really solve that problem.
Wait,
Uh,
but it sounds to me like you think this thing is going to be like an event that happens and it's going to be done in a week.
No,
This
over
is
a longer
something
period of
that's-
time.
Okay. So if the person who comes in and starts the game and wants to engage in Jackal but realizes that it's already 80% through, i.e., it's already been 2 months in, sure, that person can wait till the next round of Jackal, which should potentially happen not too long after this one ends. But it's like if you are there, like let's say we're, and this goes to Jack's, this is not something to attract new players. This is to give the players who have been playing Wurm for like months and they're now getting sort of tired of
Yeah.
the game, like something else to do. And it's not going to be for everyone, that's for sure, but it will be for some people.
So the
It'll give
question is,
people the
which
option of something
types
to
of
do that-
players?
Right, which types of players? These are the
And-
ones who, the same types of players who ask for hunting servers, the same type of players who ask for new servers or open new lands or to reinvigorate the new land. It gives players just something
Not new lands,
a new
I would
project,
say.
a new goal to work towards.
There'll be some,
right.
yeah. So I would say,
right.
okay, if this was a suggestion, in the sense that, like, let's say this, let's say there was nothing called Jackal, they hadn't worked at all on this, and Syndux came, or whoever, doesn't matter who, and presented this system. Here's a brand new system. This is how I want it to work.
By the way,
You're
did
gonna
you
have to
go yet?
start from scratch and build this system. Would this system solve the problems that Wurm has to player
Ah, yes.
retention? Is this what you would want them to be focused on for the next year or something?
Like, I think that if they did focus on this for the next year, then it might.
Retain the players that are the ones that are leaving in the last month or
Give
two.
some players, right? So, like, Jack, I know that you're saying that months for you is still new player. You're right. But what we're trying to look at is for solutions to the problem where, after a few months, this new player who has sunk their teeth into the game, like, they haven't just, ran and chopped a tree and said, nah, this isn't for me. They've, like, built their deed. They've grind their skills to 50 plus. They've tried out everything. They made a priest. They did all that stuff. and then they decided, like, they're trying to figure out what am I going to do next, right? What do I do? Like, I've done all this stuff. I'm kind of bored with it. I see this new shiny game over here. Maybe I'll go try that game. We want to give those players the next thing to do. And I know what you're saying, Brian. Like, I know that
I would
you're saying,
argue
like,
that the allure of this plan is the fact that they did all this work in Jackal. How do we make Jackal not go to the wayside like Challenge did, for people that remember that? How do we actually use this? And that's the allure. The fact that you can use all of that code, hopefully, that it's not too bad to like alter it and make it work for this type of thing, so that we could have something in a shorter amount of time than it would take to create something brand new. But then, okay, which is fair. But then if you look at it objectively and say, okay, imagine there wasn't anything called Jackal, and you're looking at this from a fresh perspective, fresh eyes, brand new. This is a brand new concept in the game, and we presented this system to the player base and said, here is what's going to keep the player base around for longer. Like, is this the direction you would want them to go for the next year? And that's really knowing that they wouldn't really be doing anything else. Anything. Not anything, but no like big feature. This is the big feature that they're going to present to us.
I'm feeling this, guys. I'm feeling this chess match. It's getting quite intense right now.
I essentially went through all the moves that you could possibly do and said, this is the only place you can go, and then you did it, unfortunately.
I know. Well, okay. Well,
anyway,
I did a little bit more than that. I've gone through all the moves you could do, and then I've gone through
and then
all the
you would
moves
do
I
that
could
for me as well. Yeah.
And then I went through all the moves you could do again. So like I'm not that type of player who can go like 9 moves ahead.
I can't do that either.
I've
not
definitely
today
gone 3 moves ahead. I know. I've gone 3 moves ahead, and things are not looking good for me right now.
Yeah, so
But we'll
I'd
see
say
what happens.
in this sense, what this solution that Sindus has presented should solve a number of problems. It should, and it might with some tweaking. And the problems that it solves is, one, release the time boundness of it to make it so as many players as possible could potentially, and as many different players could enjoy it. And the second thing would have to do is add different types of things that you do there,
Right.
to make it so as many different types of players would enjoy it. I didn't play Jackal, so I'm not sure if it was just like move forward, take this base or whatever, move forward, take this base, move forward.
I'll give you a sense of like some of the things that he's
build
suggesting.
up a
I don't know
fortress.
exactly what happened in Jackal, but there's some things in here that are really fun sounding. Like he's suggesting a new resource, Cobalt, that will create items. He's suggesting
they could do that without Jackal.
If you create a rare item there, it becomes what he calls unbounded. So he has a system in place. Unbounded items are allowed to be brought back and forth.
I'm still not sure about that one.
Right.
To be honest.
Now,
and I understand like Unbounded, and I guess you could bring it back to the old world, and it's made from a metal that you couldn't imp, and then you'd have to bring it back to imp it on Jackal.
Right. Okay.
Sure.
Now, just hold on for a second. There's one more piece to this whole thing as well. Like we're running through a bunch of the items here, but that, and this goes to what Jack was saying. Like, what's the benefit to the old players who keep coming back to Wurm Online anyway? Like that player who they come back to the game and they don't want to stay in their old deed. What they want to do is they want to go and create a new deed, right? Like, how many players get reinvigorated because they decided, I'm going to make a new deed. I'm going to travel to a different server. I'm going to set up shop over there. I'm going to load up all my stuff into my boat and take it over there. Maybe a new server opens up and, you feel the urge to come back to Wurm again, right? Like, that's a real thing. And I've done this, I don't know how many times. We've done this together. I don't know how many times, right? the Jackal system is just another one of those things. Like I can go over there to this new one that has a new rule set, has new mobs, has new resources, new
Play
items
the game
to
in
make,
a different
new goals
way.
to do, play the game in a different way. I can set up a deed just like regular, but it's going to be different now.
I say
And
this
it'll
is
just
a
give me
great
new-
system for those kinds of players at that exact moment
Right.
if they came back and felt that way.
Right. Now, if they
This is great.
if they rehashed this game like once every 3 months or something like that, like every 3 months, there's going to be a start of a new Jackal, and each Jackal has an ending, and when it ends, you get to bring back to the old servers all the progress you made, plus new items, special items that only could have obtained through that Jackal system. And now you can bring those stuff back to the old servers, and now you can have the benefit of those things on the regular servers, knowing that in half a month later, a new round of Jackal is going to start fresh. I
It's
don't know.
definitely a really cool end game for specific
Endgame.
type of players that would benefit
yeah.
Wurm, right? Just
Agreed.
like Rifts benefit Wurm. So it would be the same type of end game type content that no matter how badly some people do it, some people don't. The fact that it exists benefits Wurm. That's not the real question here.
Wait, did you move?
I did. I mean, the question isn't whether it benefits Wurm or not. The question is, should they spend the time to do that? Would it benefit the most players and the types of players that seem to leave after this a specific amount of time? That's where the bleeding is happening the most, right? End game isn't where the bleeding is happening the most. But it could, it could stop players from leaving, knowing that it exists. That's true. And you're right, Slider. Think about the progress of these players. How do they get to that point? Is it worth it to them to grind through the game to make it there? How do we fill in those gaps? And let's get rid of this whole Jackal thing to begin with, okay? We have Rifts, we have Uniques. If you were playing combat in this game, and you were going through the combat system and you were killing the wildlife, and then you were upgrading to the harder wildlife, and then the harder wildlife, when do people stop? Where's the next thing before Rifts? Where's that progress? And
Right. And somebody's saying sounds like you're thinking mid game.
Yeah, it's a bad example, but I mean that's how it is, right? That's if Jackal is a system that they should look into that will fill in that gap. Sure. Am I convinced that it is the system that will fill in that gap? No. And then you're left with a nice, great system that they've tried many times before. It just feels like more of the same. We've had Epic. That was supposed to fill the gap. Then they had Challenge, and that was supposed to help retain. And then they just keep throwing these types of, it's not the first time they've done this. They keep throwing these systems at us, and it hasn't worked. Right. So let's do it again. Let's try it again.
I feel
and this
like
time,
Jackal was
different
though.
This will really have, and maybe it's not the direction we should really be focusing on. I would love them to figure out a way to keep Jackal into the game long term, and it's something that would help.
You know what the direction that they keep going with, right? The thing that revitalizes Wurm, and we've seen it happen so many times, is to open new servers. Yeah. Every time they open new servers, it revitalizes the game. There's definite problems with that.
Not always.
And I think Well, I mean, it's the problem. The problem is
It's one of
that
them
it
anyway.
splits the player base, right? And it
It's the new
spreads population
features,
thinner.
right? And yeah, new servers
Okay,
is
yes.
not the way to do it. Yes.
New
You're
features
correct.
don't always bring people back to the game, right? Like the cooking system came in. I don't think that caused a revitalization of the game, even though
I
it was
think
great.
bridges. No, I mean, if you look at the stats, so when bridges came in, there was probably a spike, and every time they have this
Little bit
big
of a
feature,
spike.
there's a spike, right? And then
A
people
tiny
feel it
spike,
out,
but
and then
not in
leave.
comparison to the spike that you get when you open a new server. We've seen it time and again. A new server revitalizes things for a lot of people. And I think Jackal was the response to the problems that opening a new server brings. Make a temporary server that has an end
Yeah,
goal.
but that was not a problem. Here's the thing. That's not a problem that needs to be solved. Yes, we know it's wrong that opening new servers is bad, but that's not the solution. So why is the solution to that to then open a temporary server? That wasn't
okay.
the reason
I'm
why
telling you.
players would leave.
I'll tell
Players
you
aren't
why.
leaving because a new server is opened.
Opening a new server is the solution.
It's
right?
not
If
the solution.
problem
I think
is-
that's
I know
a
it's-
red herring.
I know it's not a good solution. It's definitely not a good solution, but if the problem is players are leaving, the population's lowering, the solution that has worked in the past is to open a new server. Right? Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm still holding it. I have to reevaluate this again.
Okay, we know
Hold on.
this is why a new server is a red herring. It doesn't work. But it looks like it does. Right? It looks like it's working. And it's something simple they could do that gives the illusion of more players playing. But long term, we know what the effect is. It's not good for the game. The end.
Long term, it's not good for the game.
It's not good
Yes.
for the game. It's not the
Agreed.
solution.
Okay, but it does have something. But what is it about a new server that makes people come back? Right, and then what we want to do is encapsulate that thing that's causing people to come back in
But-
something else that doesn't have the problem that opening a new server does.
But is that what we're really trying to do? Are we trying to just encapsulate the reason why a few players come back because of a new server? Is that the
And when you
solution
say
we're trying to
few,
find?
You mean a lot.
It's so the
something
question
there.
we
You
shouldn't
have to
be
admit.
asking. The question we shouldn't be asking is, what does a new server do to bring players back? The question we should be asking is, what is it
Brings new players
that makes them leave after they come back? That's the question we would be trying to
Okay.
solve. We shouldn't be trying to
Okay,
solve
but
what is the cheap
part of
gimmick
the-
that we can bring players back? What can we say
no, but
that makes them
some
come
of
back
this-
or do?
Okay, but the solution to
I mean, that is part of the question, obviously.
Okay, the solution to how to keep people playing the game, the answer to that question is somewhere hidden in the thing that draws people to this game. What is it that draws people to this game? Why do people love playing it so much?
Right.
And they will devote
For sure.
countless hours.
For
into it.
sure.
And the answer, and you could see why people come back to a brand new server, and why a new server causes
The
people to pour hours
opportunities,
upon hours.
the newness,
Okay, keep going.
I mean that's what it is. The
the progression,
chance of the progression, the chance of progressing with a
carving a
clean
niche for
slate.
yourself, right?
I mean, depending
Carving a
on the
niche.
types of server, right? If it's a
Right.
brand new server that's linked to the old world, we know that what happens is some veterans come back for a
I'm
little
gonna go
while and
back.
then leave.
I'm going back on this.
Okay.
This didn't do what I wanted it to do.
Okay. I see. And we've seen it enough times that we've seen it enough times that new servers don't work. So trying to just like tweak a new server, trying to do something with the server, I feel like it's like they've done it so many years now that maybe it's time to start looking at a different direction.
Maybe.
And that the only reason you would even think about doing something with Jackal is because Jackal already exists, and you just hope that they can just tweak it. Maybe in a month or two, they have something instead of spending something for a year. And if that's true, then great. Maybe one of the devs can do that. But if it's like, okay, well, to make this actually something people would want to do, we're going to need to spend such and such amount of time. And if that amount of time is like too much, then there was really no benefit in using Jackal or whatever. And I don't know the answer to that.
From what I understood, people
I just
really
don't think it's
enjoyed
the
Jackal.
solution.
The people who spent their time doing it really enjoyed it. And the only reason why more people didn't do it is because at the time that Jackal was released, the population of Wurm was at an all-time low, like just a super low population. And this was like well before the Steam release. And, I really feel like if people were in more of the right place to try Jackal, then it would have been way more successful than it was. And
If people can't get through the mid game, how are they supposed to get to Jackal?
Jackal is something that people
And if you're
can try
thinking,
at
okay,
this point.
maybe Jackal is mid game. Maybe it is something
Maybe
that
Jackal
a
is mid-game.
person with
Exactly.
30 skill can do. Maybe it's
Exactly.
something that
50 skill. Maybe
50 skill can do.
Yeah.
Is it something you'd want
I
to do
think
if you
so.
hate combat? And if the answer to that is
Maybe.
sure, I don't
Yeah.
want to be relegated to a
Combat
secondary type of support role as a crafter or as a builder or as a something.
Keep in mind that at
I
any
want to
moment
be
you can-
relegated as a
At any
primary
moment-
player. Does Jackal give us
Okay.
that?
Totally. I mean, on Jackal, you're going to need crafters. On Jackal, you're going to need builders. You're going to need road builders. You're going to need.
You're going
people
to need them.
Plant trees, gardeners, farmers. You're going to need everything on Jackal. But the other thing to consider is at any moment you can hop back through a portal and come back to your main deed, bringing back with you all the progress you just did on Jackal.
Right.
It's like,
And Jensen, we
I
know
wanna
how
go
Jackal
hunting.
used to be, but we're talking about
Right.
the suggested
talking
version of Jackal that was suggested on the forums.
Right. Sindus had suggested
which is a bit different.
A new Jackal.
I mean, and that everybody starting at 0 potentially causes more problems than
Right. So just to
long term
reiterate,
anyway.
Sindus suggests that this new Jackal vision that he has, people can take their character to Jackal with your skills intact. The only thing that you lose is all items that you have. You can't carry any items through. And any skills you gain there come back with you. That's the suggestion. And that's only one of the suggestions. He has tons of ideas listed in his forum post about the changes he would make. And I think each one clearly shows that he's thought through this very carefully. And it sounds like an engaging. I mean, maybe it's not for everybody. I can't say it's for everybody, but what new feature will be for everybody? There's not going to be. What I think that this suggestion addresses is the issue of people feeling like there's nothing left to do once they have completed their deed, completed grinding the skills that they want to grind, and we're talking specifically PvE here. There comes a point where everybody feels it. Like, what am I supposed to do next? And unless you can answer that question for yourself, unless you make up a project for yourself, then the chances are that you're going to stop playing this game. And what we're trying to figure out is what options can we give these players? Like, what is the next thing that we could give these players from the devs' perspective that will keep these people engaged? And I really feel like Syndusk is onto something here. And maybe it's not for everybody, but it will definitely appeal to a good portion of the player base.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I like the suggestion. I don't think they should be like, I like the suggestion if it only takes them, let's say, 3 months or less to make. If it took them longer than that, I'd highly question the amount of resources that they're using for something that probably won't give them what they're wanting.
Right, but
Depending on what they're wanting.
wanting
I'm assuming what they're wanting is to have the most amount of players
to stay, right?
to
Keep
stay
player
for
retention.
longer than
Yeah,
2
player
months or
retention.
to 3 months. And yeah, I don't think that's the
Right.
solution to the
Right,
game,
Valrace?
right? It's more of like an add-on to the game. It's like in World of Warcraft saying, if we just make one more battleground that would keep players around, and
But that's what they do, and it works.
and it's going to take us a year to make this battleground. I don't think people would be
Right.
like,
right,
no.
But
And that's why I'm saying if they could do it in a reasonable amount of time, then it could be beneficial to the game. If they do it and then they have to spend more time tweaking it and spend like all this time, like a year developing it and making it,
Here's the
tweaking and
thing.
then making it perfect in the way that people would want to use, maybe it's not the time
Yeah.
they should spend on the game. Maybe it's not the direction this game should be going.
But here's the thing. They have already spent a lot of time developing this. Jackal is
So
a thing.
spend more time?
Right. How much more time would it take to adjust it? Right? Like
Yeah,
they've
and that's what
already
I
have the
don't know.
infrastructure in place. They already have the infrastructure in place. I bet you Syndusk is sitting there thinking, I could make this thing happen in 3 months, 4 months from now. On my own.
Maybe even shorter.
I bet you he's thinking that. Maybe even
Great.
shorter.
If the Wurm dev team had more devs to do this stuff,
I don't think the number of devs
For
is
sure.
the problem. I really don't because
Oh,
I
it's
think
always
that
the
all it
problem,
takes is
but-
one passionate person to sink
you're
their
right.
teeth into the project.
of course,
And
it's the
that's it.
types of devs.
And then it will
It's also the
happen
amount of devs.
shortly. I mean, I'm
you're
not
right.
sure exactly what the conflict between Syndusk was with the dev team. But
Yeah,
honestly,
we won't ever know.
I feel like it's incumbent upon the dev team to look at this young man and say, he has great ideas. Whatever our issue was that made us part our ways, maybe it's like we need to look at that and think what is the issue around that? And I know the issue had a lot to do with the way the dev team communicates with the player base. And I know that, like, because Syndusk is quite vocal about this, I know that the community, the player base, also wants to see a change in the way that the dev team communicates with the player base. And the feeling I'm getting is the dev team is just doubling down on their opinion that they should not be divulging information to the player base. That they should be keeping everything that they are discussing like under wraps. And while I don't advocate for the extreme other end of the spectrum where they tell the player base everything, I really think they need to restructure what it is and how it is they communicate to the player base. And maybe looking at Syndusk as a option for a developer of this game to put into place these types of things, these overhauls, with these great ideas.
Yeah, that's a different debate altogether, I would say.
I know I just opened up a whole bunch of can of worms. Yes, the next chest has to have timed moves. I know. Where are we? I went.
I
Did you
have to
end up
go.
going? Yeah.
No, I did not. Yeah. This is definitely more of a casual game of players that don't play often.
Yep. So when it comes to software design, there's a thing called technical debt. dev time put into something old increases its tech debt. It's faster to implement something new in comparison. Dev time
That's
put into
true.
something old. Oh, okay. But we wouldn't know if Wurm in itself is such an old behemoth that it itself shows development features independent from how isolated the features is from the core
I mean,
concept.
because you got to go into like these aren't the same devs. The dev would have to go. Let's say they wanted
Right.
to look up
Learn Jackal, yeah.
one of the systems. Let's say
Buddha
doesn't matter
Buddha
which
did
one
it,
it is.
and they won't know how Buddha did it, right?
Now they
See
have to
that now.
learn that system, understand it, then make tweaks to it, or change it. And this goes to anything. Like if somebody wanted to redo
I
any of
miss
the
Buddha.
professions.
I think Buddha was pretty good at giving players the proper communication. At least they were getting better at it, right? Like you could tell he was learning over the years that he was the project manager, and things were getting better in the direction of more communication under his lead.
Let's say, I don't know.
I think Sindus just he's new to this role, and he needs to. I
Are
think
you
he needs
saying
to
you're
learn
talking
from the
about
lessons.
Samuel?
Samuel, yes. Yeah, yeah, I know, Wolfmare. How many times have we seen something come in only to cause unintended effects elsewhere? Imagine painting something new with your own style, and then you're asked to go change somebody else's painting. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and Wurm attracts people that like to build things. That is a type of player that Wurm does attract. It's not all of them, but it is a type of player, and that type of player essentially requires some love at some point, I would say. As far as progression and rewards. And it depends on the type of builder, I would say, because there's multiple different kinds of builders.
Yeah. I mean, they did address that problem, Uncle Pyron, by opening Cadence, which is a massive, massive server with so much room. So any player who's like feeling the expansion problem, you don't have to worry if you go to Cadence. And the same thing goes for Xanadu. So on the old cluster, there's Xanadu, which it's been open for 5 years, but there's still places with large swaths of land that have not been touched. Large swaths of land. So yeah. I mean, if they can fix the mob spawn issue with this update. I mean, I know they've been trying to fix this mob spawn issue since before, like since Buddha was trying to fix this issue. It's been an issue since we started playing the game. Like, remember when we started playing the game, there were no horses. We were at the stage of the server in Deliverance where horses.
Oh yeah,
There were no
for
wild
people that don't
horses.
remember, the spawn
Right,
rate and of the wild animals
Yeah.
were completely different. So too many players had taken horses and other animals
Yeah.
and put it within their on their deed
In
and
their
in their
enclosures,
enclosures
yeah.
that wild horses never spawned. There was a few other
Yeah.
animals that never really spawned.
Yeah, and that's where we're at on this server too, right? Like, we're at the point where there's enough wild captive horses that they don't spawn in the wild anymore.
Not as bad as it used to be. I'm sure you
I
could
think-
find.
Maybe you
But-
could, but it's getting worse and worse, and it's getting to that point. It's getting to that point. It's not going to take much longer. As the number
Right.
of captive horses increases, the number of wild
Yeah.
horses spawning is going to go down to nil, and people are already complaining about it, and it's going to get worse. They need to figure something out about this. Right, so you've never seen a wild horse to this day on Harmony. Yeah, there's animals in Wurm. Yeah. Yeah.
We're
Graybar,
talking
you're saying-
short term here, right? This was a big problem long time ago.
Right. They did
And they
do
solved
something
that.
at some point. They solved it at some point, but then for some reason that solution is not applicable anymore, and it's a problem again.
Right.
Yeah. So Raybarg is saying it's confusing considering the years that you put on Magrodon's Scar, and also knowing how exciting the new start is. It's hard to see the middle point of preserving all work to keep building grandiose things interesting and also enjoy the new beginnings. Those don't seem to want to combine together. Yeah, I know. I mean, there are people in this game who keep themselves occupied with big projects like Magrodon's Scar, okay? And those people are going to stick around in the game long term. But and Raybark, you're that type. You've been around for a long time, I know. But being around for a long time, you also know that you've seen tons of people come into this game, fall in love with it, play for months, and then disappear. Right? We've all seen it. All of us veterans have seen these types of players, and it is a sad day when that happens every time. Like we see somebody who fell in love with the game, who's been playing for good amounts of time, and then disappears, never to return again. And we want to figure out what is the solution to that, right? There's a smaller proportion of people who can continually make projects for themselves, like Magrodon Scar or the Labyrinth or the whatever else it is, like continually build community or other projects or whatever it is. But not everybody is like that. Can we lower the game audio a bit? Oh, and stuff is being pushed around. Yes. Brian, you able to do that?
All right, let's lower it. I love how it's already at 3.
I know. Actually, I constantly have Wurm at like 3 or 2 because I honestly find the game sounds to be so loud.
And if Xander Weil, if you're talking about, yeah, the fix for the animal spawn, and that's how you guys should realize how complicated it is. They literally put in a fix thinking it's going to fix it. On the test server, it looks like it's working properly, and then it doesn't work properly.
Right.
So we just go, well, just make it so the animals are just everywhere. Just spread them out evenly. It's that easy. And it's like they're looking at the code thinking it's not easy. Like
Yeah. And Zek9
seems like it should be.
You are the player that we're talking to right now. Like if how should I say this? We need players like you to stick around and become a veteran. You know, like look back years later and say, wow, I've been engaged with this game for years, right? Like you fell in love with this game. I watched so many of your streams where you are professing how much this game has captivated you.
Yeah, I
And
do
it
want
is
to respond to that. I'll be right back. I have to
amazing
use
to
the
see.
washroom.
Sure. Okay, good. Because I have a couple more things to say about this. And you're right. Like more variety and things to build definitely are things that Brian and I have talked a lot about. We back when we first started, that was what we were saying. Like, in order to keep us in this game, you guys need to keep making more variety, and they did. Like, you got to remember, back then there was no multi-story, and there was only 2 types of house walls, right? Like, think about that. There was no multi-story, and there were only 2 types of house walls, and that was it. And so, I feel like at that time when we were first. Oh, Howley Dragon, thank you so much for that raid. And welcome to the stream. You know, so they added so much variety to the game since then. You know, new wall types, new material. Like you can now create pottery and slate and marble walls and floors and multi-story with stairs and spiral staircases and everything. Like the game has come so far from that point, and yet we still think that if they just added more, that will make it better. And maybe it would. Like, it totally add more variety will definitely add more interesting things that we could build and keep us engaged for that much longer. But I've come to the belief that there is the diminishing returns, in the sense that if they, let's say, doubled the amount of variety in the wall types, doubled the amount of variety in the things that we can do inside of our houses and stuff like that, that will occupy us for like the next few months. And then like we'll be crying out for more variety after that, you know?
Here's the thing. And yeah, I don't know if you're done yet, but
Go
I know
ahead.
Zek9, yeah, you're saying we want
Did
more
you end
variety.
up going, by the way?
And
Wait. You did.
I believe so,
Hold
yes. So more variety.
on. Oh, I see.
The fact of the matter is, like Adam was saying, that's already happened. We already got more variety. And all the end result of that is we need more variety, right? It's like they did all this work. They gave us so much more, like just insane amounts of things that we could do, the same amounts of different buildings, and the fact that you can so much more furniture. We don't even talk about that. There was very few pieces of furniture. Now they gave us so much more, and it's just like, it's not enough. Well, it's true what Adam's saying. It will never be enough. And it's not about the variety that's really stopping us. Because they can keep adding variety, and then we get it and we love it and we implement it, and then we're done. We did it. We built that, and it was great when we did it. And now I'm done. So it's not about the variety that's going to keep players around more. It's about how to implement that variety. Yeah, that's not it. It's how to implement that variety into the game that keeps players around more. What's the discovery process like? What is the progress like to get that variety? How do you make players want to get it, to get that reward, and to feel that they've accomplished something?
See, the new cooking system,
when they look at whatever the
example.
variety is.
The new cooking system is exactly what we're talking about. Like, in terms of like, how do you properly add more variety, right? The new cooking system didn't just make new graphics for the ways food looks, or didn't just make new recipes. It like integrated itself into the game in so many different facets, with like beehives and almanacs and seasons and new trees and new resources and just everything. Like it made it so that there was so much more variety of things to do. Like now people can brew alcohol and grow their hop seedlings, and it just like the way that they added the variety there, that we need more of that.
Yeah,
you know?
that's
Not
why
just
Garrus
like,
Drangi, more variety, even though like you're talking about, well, we need just more stuff to build it. We need a steady stream. And that is half of the right way to think about it, because I don't think that it's true. Like, imagine they gave us, I don't know, a new something or other. It doesn't even matter what it is. A new statue, a new this, a new that. The second you log in, you're just like, all right, I can already build it. Craft, done. Because that's how Wurm works. Right? We don't have ability to be able to not be able to craft something. I mean, there are systems in place, not going to lie, but the majority of items, that they could keep making items, and we enjoy it when they come in and they allow us some variety, and then we make it, and then we're done. And then, of course, the solution there is just, no, now make something else. Now make something else. Now give us something else. Now give us another pack of this. And you know what? There's a game that did that. I don't know how many people played EverQuest 2, but that's how they handled the situation.
Right? That didn't go so well for them, though, I don't think. It's your turn, by
Like, what do we do now? Well, craft more. Give more packs. Look, now we got a pack of this type of set. Now we got a pack of that type of set. And it's not the way that Wurm should work. They should develop a system that handles different types of items differently. When Sony took control, Jack, do you mean when Daybreak Games took control? Because Sony was the one that created that game.
I love that. I love how ironic that name is. Daybreak Games. Daybreak Games.
Yeah, instantly someone said, why did they name themselves
Daybreak
Daybreak
Games.
Games? Because it sounds like they break games. Anyway, so it's not about making something complex. It's about making you want to do something to get that reward in the end.
Yeah, it's about the carrot.
I mean,
like it's a human.
I've
human
talked about
thing.
too many
Like,
systems in the past that they could do. Have a way to discover different items that you can create. Have a way that someone could discover a recipe and then try to sell that item, and have like these high level items that could be used or discovered if you were a master of that whatever. Make it so every item in the game is not craftable by every single person.
Yeah, it may have to come down to something like this to move things to the next stage, which is specialization.
And then make it achievable to get there.
Right, like make it so that the end, like
And
as Typical is
constant.
pointing out, like the way they had it before is like, oh, we'll just add this new item, like the wagon, and make it so you need 60 carpentry. And everybody who's already got 99 carpentry is like sitting there, well, that kind of didn't feel like progression to me.
And it can't be as simple as something that we think about from other games. So yeah, Xander Wild. Yeah, you can make crafting recipes from mobs that drop or whatever. Could be one thing. It would be
That
more
could be part of integrated into this.
Yeah, it could be more.
new
Let's
system.
think of it this way. Let's say one way that you could do it is to have, let's say, a troll. You kill a troll, and then somebody takes that shod hammer club thing, shod club, and a crafter at a specific level could deconstruct it in a way that allows them to discover a process of creating something like that item. To varying degrees. And then all of a
Right.
sudden,
Karen
that
is-
one crafter.
Are you gonna take your turn or what?
Oh, did you already go while I was gone?
I've been telling you a few times since you came back.
Ah,
that it's your turn.
okay. What did you do? Did you do it while I was not here? Like try to sneak it through?
No, I think I did it right after you did your move.
No.
Pretty sure.
Okay. Okay. I see it. I mean, the fact of the matter is this. Combat is not the reason why people play Wurm. It's not.
What do you mean? The event.
It's not the reason why people
window-
play Wurm.
The
And
event
so,
log says I was the last one to move the statue.
yeah,
That's
I
the
can
event.
see the move that Adam did. So,
Yeah.
And before I continue, I was gone when Holly Dragon raided. Thank you so much for the people that
Yes.
did join before we discuss what we're actually doing. You're seeing that we're playing a giant game of chess, and what's going to happen is the person that loses, which we don't know who's going to be that person. I don't know. It could be anybody at this point. The person that loses has to wear a particular filter on their face
I
that
think Talrace is saying I
is
think you
going
should
to
show them.
turn that person into the opposite
gender.
the opposite gender for the next episode, the entire next episode. So for like 4 to 6 hours, someone is going to be a female. One of us,
The loser.
the loser, will have to go around. And yeah, it's shocking just how realistic it looks. Oh, that sounds like
the Winter's Price. See, we were trying to think of something like, something that would embarrass the other is really what it was. We're like, should we like make the other person wear something embarrassing, or should we? But since we have these Snapchat filters, like we thought, okay, what would be embarrassing that the other person would have to put on for the entire? And so that's what we settle on. Strangely, very good-looking ones.
And archaeology, yeah. So
Okay.
so archaeology is a great system, old Hobbs, for the discovery of things, and you can discover things in archaeology, right? There's statues and items that you can't create in the game
I think
without
what
archaeology.
Old Hobbs is, I think what he's suggesting is that they update, if they were like to secretly update it so that it adds more stuff.
Yeah, archaeology was designed in a way for them to continuously add items to it easily.
Yeah, they never did though.
The problem is, I mean, archaeology has a lot of items already in it that you can't do anywhere else. I don't think that it needs an advancement. I mean, every now and then they could add items to it. I don't think it's the direction they need to keep advancing. It's great that it's already in the game. And it's something that I think is worth enough already.
So the way it's supposed to work, Jack, is that if two people simultaneously do something, it should queue it up.
It is on my side. So you can see I got the weekly mystery face from Typical, and then the unicorn happened after that from Raybarg, and then now the weekly mystery face is happening again from Slider. Okay. And it did. So that's how it's supposed to work. Adam's side's a little messed up.
Yeah, we're having issues with my side right now. I'll have to go back and look at what's going on there, but I don't want to go
Seren, yeah. Dalrace is right. The filter takes care of it all.
Yeah, filter takes care of it all. I mean, there's filters to get rid of the beard. Like there's a filter that I can just put on. Harold, let me see if I can find it. It just gets rid of the beard completely. Let's see.
It is freakish because it's not quite right, that one.
Right? Like, did I just shave or what? Like, it's completely gone. My beard is completely shaved. Right?
You magically shaved.
And so they have another filter. Should we show it to them?
Adam's going to show you. This is the filter because...
Okay, this is the filter. Because
this is the filter that I think one of us will have to wear for the entire next episode.
Because I'm going to win this game, right? Like, I'm winning this game, so I'm going to win. And so Brian's going to have to put it on. So I may as well show you what it looks like.
No, we don't know who's going to win yet.
Yeah, we don't know who's going to win yet. Yeah. Okay, so this is what it looks like. Here we go. Right? Like, come on. That looks awesome. It even has my glasses.
Oh man.
I mean, there's like a little bit of glowing going on here that's like a little bit weird, but like it's not bad at all.
Yeah.
It's just
This is going to be so embarrassing. Whoever loses.
I mean, technology these days, man. It's just amazing.
Okay.
All right, what you gonna do?
I am getting the power of the synthwave to tell me what my next move will be. I mean, there is obviously a few moves that I can do. However, which one gives me the best results here? Not really many of them, I must say. Not many of them.
That moment where there was some serious quality content. Right. Yeah, exactly. You start to question, like, is it that I have a filter to put this beard on? Because there is a filter to put a
There
beard
is a
on.
filter to put
And
a
it looks
beard on,
really
yeah.
good too. Like I put it on and it like actually just covers my beard. Like it looks exactly the same. But yeah, the
Maybe
filter
a
to
little
get rid of the
thicker.
beard, man, that's just yeah, just like thicker. Yeah, it's just crazy. I haven't found the bald filter. But that would be so cool. Let's see if I can find one. Bald. Let's see. What does this do? That didn't work. What about this one? Nope, that didn't work. Nope.
Okay. Thank
It's not working.
Dalraced. Who turned you into that? Or did you use a potion?
What? Ah! It's a no gump.
It's a
Willow's sitting
potion.
there.
All right.
Okay, it's a potion.
We must see Brian bald. Why would you want to see me bald?
I can't find a good bald one that is actually working. This is what we do. Like before every stream, we're like searching for that next Snapchat filter. You go down a rabbit hole of just Snapchat filters for a while. Yeah, we'll have to find a bald one that works nicely. There's
Not
so
really
many out there.
Change moves I can do here.
Mm. Okay. I heard you moving something. Oh, I see what you did. You went back.
Captain Picard filter. If there is a Captain Picard filter.
Okay. I'm going to go this way. Let me just make sure that I'm not putting myself. Okay, I'm good.
Well, I would assume a Captain Picard filter would be the uniform at least. A bald head.
Right. Bald head.
Maybe
with the
maybe a
white.
nose to make you look like him.
Mm.
Slightly. That'd be interesting. Then you can do your own face palm. Because you look so much like him.
I'm not sure if I want to bring up this topic, but I'm going to do it anyway. I've heard
Okay.
rumblings, and it's just because I'm not sure if we're allowed to bring it up. So forgive me, Retro, if I wasn't allowed to bring this up. but I'm hearing rumblings of
You shouldn't say anything. See, now I just made it sound like it was really important. I have no idea what it is.
yeah. I've heard in the back channels of things that work is being put into the official Wurm live stream. We haven't gotten a live stream, the official Wurm live stream, in the past, like, how long has it been? At least 2 weeks, at least 2 times in a row. It hasn't gone on. Where it was started to look like it was going to be a weekly thing.
Mhm.
All of a sudden, it sort of disappeared. And that there's now seems to be some work being put into developing those to make them a little bit better and to rethink what should happen in the live streams, which I think is a
Okay.
perfect thing. Like it's,
But if you go there,
I think it's going in the right direction. If that's if what I
be able to
am
do
hearing is
anything.
the right, is actually going to happen. And so one of the pieces to this was Retro reached out to the Valray Entertainment Network to see what our thoughts were about, how did he put it? Like the way I interpreted it was, would there be interest in doing some collaborative work, like collaborations or like, you know, something that we thought might increase engagement in the player base on both ends, like both on the official Worm live stream and on our streams. And so my initial thought was, you know, I'd love to start seeing more communication brought out through the Venn network and or through these official live streams, like more information given out to the public through these mediums, like as opposed to waiting for the Valray Entertainment Network post or the official post on the forums. Have information communicated through these discussions, right? So my I would love to see new information being discussed in an open sort of live stream, as opposed to them being just like a single post being put onto the forums and just like the usually what ends up happening is that the discussion ensues, but it turns out to be pitchforks and tomatoes, basically, at least a lot of the time, where the devs will actively try to like quell that by writing their own posts, like on the 4th page of the forum, like saying, no, this is, we didn't mean that, we meant this. But like, how many people are getting that far in the forum post, you know? Like, whereas instead you can have it so that there's like a live interaction where the devs are responding in sort of like a discussion sort of way. Like I feel like, yeah, I know, Xander, you're saying the same thing that I was thinking too. Like, but I really think this would help the situation, because I know the devs have the best of Worm in their, like they want the best for Worm, right? It would be silly for the players to assume that the devs are actively trying to sabotage this game. Like that makes no sense. The devs are really trying to do the best they possibly can, right? But the problem is that sometimes their decisions initially don't feel like that, and so they get eaten alive by the player base. And I think that has a lot to do with the way that the devs are explaining things, and again, a lot of that has to do with the fact that they have to type out their thoughts. But if instead they got to converse, debate, have questions asked, and then to clarify and to hash out their ideas in more of a discussion, I really think that will go a long way in helping the communication. So like when he was talking about this official live stream, like they're going to work on it. This was my thought. Like they need to work towards creating more of a discussion around the thoughts and the changes. Like if there was some kind of discussion, like we're trying to rework runes to make them more balanced. Like the resulting discussion was why are you going to go do that? Like and like somewhere later in some other post, like the explanation came, but like how many people are seeing that explanation? Right? Like if it was a real-time discussion, like they revealed this is something we're trying to work on, this is why. And then somebody responds with like, well, why does it need to be reworked like that? And then the response happens right there, you know? Like I really feel like that'll go a long way. Okay, Willow, thanks for coming and you know bringing your tune here and
Yes,
supporting
thank
us.
you so much, Willow. I'll catch you later.
It doesn't allow the devs to regroup and discuss. Yeah. So the hope is that they've kind of they have to come into these things with a game plan. Like they can't just come in without a thought about how they're going to respond to things. Like they need to have the plan in place and their reasons in check before they do this. And in the event that they don't have an answer right away, it should be okay for them to say, we don't have an answer right now. It should be okay for them to say that, you know, and not get
Yeah,
chastised.
they shouldn't
for
have
not...
all of the answers. That wouldn't be the point of those discussions at all.
The point of the discussion is to give a sense of where they're at. What are they thinking? Why are they doing the things they're doing? And to discuss that and to also see where their hangups are and what the problems that they've encountered with the process, and to not take anything that they're saying there to be like the end all and be all, this is the way it's going to be in the end, but rather to just communicate their process, where they're at in that process, what problems they're encountering, and maybe that discussion brings out solutions that they never would have guessed, like they never have come up with them by themselves, just because the audience is responding in a certain way and one of the devs says to the other dev like, that idea might actually solve the problem we're thinking of. Maybe let's discuss that, or maybe we'll hold on to that idea.
They'll take away. They'll have takeaways,
right?
Essentially.
Exactly. Have comfort in saying, no, we're not sure yet, and that's perfectly okay. I feel like the devs are really afraid of saying that right now. They're afraid of admitting that they don't have a solution yet. And I think that's a problem, because if they were able to say we don't have a solution yet, that would prompt other people to think about solutions and possibly discuss them. Right? Okay, let's see here what you guys are saying. Live streams would be good for theory and design discussions and not actual specifics. Yeah, exactly. And I think sometimes they feel pressure to give answers too. Yes, they definitely are, which is why they delay in putting out these roadmaps, because they feel like once the roadmap is out there, it's like set in stone or something. Like that's how they really feel, which is why they haven't put out a roadmap yet. They're worried that people are going to take it as this is the end all and be all. This is exactly what you're going to expect, when it really shouldn't be. It should be like, this is at this very moment, this is the direction that we're aiming towards. But at any moment, these things could change, and they need to discuss those changes with us, like as they're happening, so players know what's happening. Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. This is getting
so you
harder to
moved your
focus
king.
for me.
Yeah, you're tired.
I've had very little sleep.
Did you drink water? Have you had a good enough?
I have been
water?
drinking water.
Okay.
I've got no excuse.
Well, I'm about to put my plan into action, I think. Hold on, let me just make sure that everything is going the way. Oh, I see what you just did to prevent that.
I think at most I'm going to prevent the inevitable, and only if you ever make a mistake.
Right. Will it?
Could I take this?
Well, you still got the possibility of a pawn making it to the other end, but
Yeah, not really.
Well, let me see here. Okay, I'm gonna do this move anyway, even though it's not gonna have the effect I wanted it to, but I think it's my best move right now
All right.
because it'll line me up for next. How much sleep did you actually end up getting last night? Because you were on before me, whereas I was
Yeah,
expecting you to
about
be
4
sleeping
hours maybe.
in. Oh goodness.
I was after working for 7.5 hours on Saturday night till 2:30.
Right, that's crazy. You should have slept in a little bit more, I think.
Yeah, I just couldn't.
Yeah. Oh boy, I have to push this all the way across the board.
All right. All right.
Yeah. And I think like the way that things are right now, they do post stuff and streamers talk about it and and the baby face got messed up again. Let me just fix that. Okay. And part of it is I just feel like sometimes it comes out just too late. Like this roadmap is taking too long to come out and nothing has been leaked. Not a single peep about anything that is on their minds about what is going to be on the roadmap has been leaked. And I feel as though
Now we're down to 1,
I
2,
feel as though they
1, 2.
I mean, I don't know everything. I don't have all the information, so maybe they know something that I don't. Maybe they anticipate something will happen if they leak something that I haven't anticipated. But
Oh, you'd have 3.
I mean, I feel like we've been waiting for a roadmap even before the Steam launch, right? Like we knew moving into this year, starting January, we knew that the plan was Steam launch, UI update. Basically, that's it, right? Steam launch and UI update. We saw a bunch of like little things like the volumetric lighting and that stuff came in. But you know, we were saying way back then to each other before we haven't been back streaming, but we were saying to each other like they need to come into this with like the plan for the next year after the Steam launch. Like they need to know like what are they going to be working on coming off the Steam launch once they fix all the bugs and stuff like that. And I know they might have had some ideas, like some things on the list. It's just that they haven't communicated any of it to us. And so
Yeah.
it's left us feeling like they haven't even thought about it when maybe very well they might have. So I don't know. So again, you're faced with the tit for tat dilemma, and you've done it twice now. You've taken the tit for tat.
Mm-hmm.
When I would say in most situations, it's rare for a player to take the tit for tat unless you feel like it'll advantage you somehow.
I think it works quite well, to be honest.
Okay.
At the beginning of the game.
Oh, at the beginning, okay. Is the goal to
But-
speed things along, or is the goal to put yourself in a better position compared to your opponent?
It's the only way that you're gonna get into a better position.
I don't know about that.
Or else you're looking at a
Mhm.
stalemate until someone makes a mistake. Which I did,
Early
and
on,
that's why I'm behind.
especially. Yeah, early on, especially. I think that sometimes, if you're in a tit for tat situation where you have the choice of taking their place, taking their player, and they're going to take it back, I think that often it puts you in a less position, right? Because the other player will then take your player and put their spot, their play. Like I got to place my piece where I wanted to because of the interaction. I think that put me in a better position.
Only if that's where you
Okay.
want it to be.
Right. But you have to assume that a player putting themselves into that position is doing it for that reason. So that in the end of that interaction, they're in a spot that they want to be.
That's why it works well at the beginning.
Right. And Zulatek is saying, I love sacrificing pieces as long as I get the higher value of the outcome. And it's not only value.
It's
terms
more
of
about the
trading-
strategic placement of where you want to be.
Exactly. It's about the position of your pieces after the interaction is done. It is also about the trade, right? But it's also, I
Yeah,
really do
true.
believe that it's about the position in the end. Okay. So you move right up to your pawn. Across from my pawn.
I would say assume that, Xanderwild, that their whiteboarded list of items is like everything that's on the suggestion forums and more. That's literally what they would want to do. If you just want a general list of everything. And that's the problem. The problem is that they could do anything. They could pick any one of them. They have their own list that they could pick from. The harder, the easy part is the ideas. The hard part is figuring out the best way to process all of that data.
Right. They need to think.
That's the
end goal.
hard part.
Like, what is their big goal, philosophy?
That's why they always
moving forward
say
from here?
ideas are a dime a dozen, because they truly are.
Yeah. Just look at the suggestion forums.
The harder part is figuring out, well, which ideas? How would we
I mean,
go
if I-
about implementing that idea?
I find it hilarious how people use the argument that the devs aren't doing anything because 99% of the suggestions on the forums don't get implemented into the game. Like, that to me is such a silly argument because 99% of the suggestions on the forums should not be added to the game, right? Like, the suggestion forum is supposed to be a place where we just brainstorm, we just spew out every possible idea that comes to mind, just spew it. And then we're supposed to be looking at those ideas in the context of the bigger picture of where we want Wurm to end up and handpick the suggestions that are going to lead us there.
Did
Right,
that
and
make
Cass is-
sense for you to do
And
that?
Katz
Did that make
saying-
sense for you?
something that I was like, I think that I agree with this 100%, that the devs feel as though if they present the ideas, like the roadmap, let's say, these are our ideas, that the player base is going to take that as gospel. Like, this is what they promised us. And if they don't deliver, then the devs are just the worst devs ever. But I think that can be combated by the language that they use when they present the ideas.
Yeah.
Like,
Certain
as I
words
was
speak
talking about-
volumes over other words
right.
that could
The-
potentially say the exact same thing.
The difference
Uh,
between the language of Samuel's post versus the language in Dark Lord's post for the PvP side, just look at the language difference. It's like night and day. Yet it's saying the same thing. Like, both are saying the same thing. These are the items that we want to address, right? That's basically what it says, in a list of items. But just the language made a big difference in the response on the forums, and also in the feeling that the players have when they engage with those items. Like, when I looked at Samu's post, like, my heart just sunk.
Just do it.
Like, that was the feeling. I just got this feeling of just, ugh. And I looked at the Dark Lords, and I'm like, wow, if I was a PvP player, I would actually be super excited about this. Right? And yet they were basically the same post. So, I don't know. Yeah, I saw that move after I made it. So now
Oh.
it comes down to, but I did think up a solution to that, so I'm gonna do this.
Okay. Yes.
Here we go, guys. We're entering into the
Last little bit.
last little bit. Although sometimes the last little bit of a chess match is the same as the last little bit of a basketball game. Or the last little bit of a football game sometimes.
Dang it. So that's the place?
I
Let me just think about this for a second.
I think I've committed it.
Yeah, you've already committed it.
Yeah. Yes. I saw that too. Okay. I'm gonna make my next move if that's okay. Have you committed to that one?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else I can do.
Okay.
Wait. Wait.
See, I had put myself in that position where
Yeah, I can see
I
what you're doing.
I couldn't save my queen, right? So
You had to move and you had to put it in a position where you're going to take something else from me.
yeah. It was my queen or my rook. That was my options. I couldn't save either.
But either way, if I do that, yeah. I mean, what else am I supposed to do? What else am I supposed to do? Well, let's just get it over with. All right, go do your move.
Okay.
I could be defensive here.
Okay, and I'll move that to the center. Okay.
Uh,
Okay, so now it's your turn again. Yeah, well, you know, it's definitely about the money. Steam was about the money.
and thanks for the follow, medicated player.
Oh yeah, thanks for the follow. Serotonin. This is not the Implong. This is the test run for the Implong. We were like our grand chess showdown. We're going to be doing a bigger version of this, or a more publicized version of this at the Implong. And Steam is definitely about the money. That's definitely one big thing. But I think a bigger thing about the Steam release is to revitalize Wurm and to keep it on the radar and to keep it alive, right? Like, if things kept going the way they were going, Wurm would have petered out a little bit at some point. And they definitely don't want that to happen. They want to keep Wurm alive. There's definitely a passionate group of people working on Wurm. They definitely need to make money, because money means that they can make more stuff, you know? Okay, so this is yours. Okay. All right. This is getting tough because we're now balanced at least a little bit, except for the queen. I'm going to put you in check. Yeah, exactly. Like they need money to put money into developing the game, and hopefully they are doing that. Like I hope that the money they made from Steam is at least portion of it is getting rein re-injected into the game somehow in smart ways to make the game better, so that it attracts more people, retains more people, so that it can make more money in the long run.
And those are really decisions that we can't think about.
Right. We don't get to choose that. We don't even see any of that. We don't know what Game Chess Group is doing because there's such a new player on the scene, a new actor on the scene, and we don't know what their intention is or what they view, how they view the game. Like, is Game Chess Group just as passionate about the game as Rolf was? And I feel like the answer is no. I could be wrong, but I wish, I don't know. I guess we'll never know, because they obviously want the best. They have the best intentions for Wurm, simply because they purchased it and it's an asset of theirs and it's potentially a profit maker. But will they treat it as well as Rolf did? And the Impelong we're talking about is the Halloween Impelong that Vooch is putting on. Seems like they're doing a lot of hardware services. Absolutely, that's definitely something that's visible. We can see they are putting they're putting money and time and effort into server stability. Yes, I definitely agree that that's a good thing. And yeah, Zulatek, if you want to volunteer, there's definitely openings. I'm sure that there, if you have something to contribute to the game, Samul is the guy to contact, as Catsper's pointing out. Oh yeah, well, yes. If maybe we didn't do that, we've been doing it all the last maybe 4 streams, but we didn't give a plug to the Impelong this time around. So yeah, an Impelong. Thanks, Jack, for. You're right. Impelong is something that maybe some of you don't know what it is. It's an event, player-run event, that is a tradition in Wurm. It's happened for as long as we've been in the game, and probably for a long time before that, where older, more seasoned players offer their services to, like, we all get together and have an event where older, like, seasoned players are improving tools and items of newer players. Or potentially you're a good blacksmith, this other guy is a good carpenter. The carpenter will make the blacksmith a 70 quality mallet, while the blacksmith will make the carpenter a 70 quality file. Usually 70 quality is where things go on Impelongs. Although if there was an Impelong on the newer servers, I would say that it probably, at least at this point, should maybe adjusted. But this Impelongs on the older servers, on the Southern Freedom Isles. It's being put on by Vooch. You can find the thread in the town square of the forum pretty easily. It's right there. And usually there's events going on. Like on the last Impelong that we went to, we streamed it. There was an amazing event called Human Lawn Darts, where they built this massive tower on the top of a big hill, and people had to jump off of it into a pen, and they put like these pens at the bottom, and each pen had a number. And yeah, it was just great fun. Like horse races, or GMs come and spawn crazy monsters to fight, and it's just a blast. You get to meet people and chat with them and improve. Everybody's improving items. There's priest casting, there's sermons going on. There's just, yeah, the Wormian Lawn Darts was amazing. I thought that was such a unique, like, only in a game like Wurm can you come up with, because it's such an open-ended game, you can come up with so many different things like Wurm Lawn Darts. So there's going to be an Impelong. Let me see if I can get the date exactly right. It's in October, so it's coming soon. Should be on the town square.
Hold on.
It's called New Festival Cove Halloween Haunted House Impalong. Oh yes, he's putting a haunted house. That's going to be a unique first time in Wurm, I think. At least that I've heard of. Maybe somebody else created a haunted house. But this is the first haunted house at an Impalong that I've been to. And it looks like it's going to be starting on Friday, October 23rd in the morning. And it's going to go through to the 27th. So it's going to be a 4-day event. And one of the events is a chess match. They're going to have a few chess masters, if I'm not mistaken. And Brian and I are going to be competing on that chess match as one of the events. Let me see what other events they're doing.
All right. Could be doing something stupid here.
You have your move?
This could be endgame. Let's find out.
Let me see. What special features? There's going to be a hedge maze with a golden treasure at the end. There's going to be a dye floor where you can play with lots of different colors. It's going to be a cooking floor, a haunted house, like you've never seen before in this game. This is a must-see event. I'm interested. The chessboard. I heard they made a really nice area for the chessboard. It's like there's like these overlooking perch areas where the audience can look down upon the chessboard.
And what's cool for us anyway is that 8 years ago we went to our first Impalong. And it was Willow's last hosting of an Impalong at her Impalong deed. And so this guy, Festival Cove. Yeah. He's doing it in the same exact location. So it's almost like full circle for us. We're heading back to the same place where we have memories and we can relive those memories of making all the colossi that we did there and the event that we had back then, which we filmed a bunch. We did Deal or No Deal and what that meant to us at the time. And Adam's about to go through all the different sequence of events that I just went through in my head. And he'll have to make a choice.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll surprise me with this choice.
I think I've made my choice, but yeah, I see lots of tit for tats happening here, but I'm gonna try to avoid them.
So
I don't think my rook is in trouble.
So Vooch, he went there, it was available, he deeded the place. He liked the history of the place, so he wanted to kind of restore that same area so that he could do his own Impalong there.
I have an idea on what you could do to try to wake yourself up. Have you switched to standing yet?
I've been standing this whole time.
Oh, okay, you've been standing this whole time. Okay.
Man.
Let's see. I've been on this forum post for a while and I haven't checked the comments in a bit.
Ooh, okay.
Yes, I do think that there's also a holiday Impalong. Draka is holding an Impalong. The holidays. She's also a Ven member, I think. Yes, if you've never been to an Impalong before, and you are on the Southern Freedom Isles, highly recommend. It is awesome, especially if you're a social type player. Like if you want to meet new people, if you want to meet people who've been playing this game for years, sometimes that alone can reinvigorate sort of a purpose in this game, because you meet people with ideas and they've been playing forever, so they have their own stuff going on, and maybe they have a project that inspires, or Okay, where am I here? Now my rook is in trouble, and so.
Oh.
I'm gonna bring him back over here. Yeah, and even if you aren't a social player, yeah, like, I mean, just the opportunity to get your stuff improved, or maybe something casted on, like you can put your tool in a bin where you can have people, priest cast on it. Okay, I'm gonna put that there. Right. Impelongs do take a ton of work and prep. However, you're thinking of like the extent to which the Impelongs are on the Southern Freedom Isles. But could you imagine what the very first Impelong looked like? Like the very, very first Impelong. What did that look like? It definitely did not have all the massive events going on. I mean, it probably took a few times to get to the point where the Impelongs were what they are today.
Yeah.
And we're going to see
I
a
bet it
similar
was just a
progression on the
bunch
new
of
servers.
friends
Yeah.
wanting to just get together and hold a party.
I've been to Impelongs, which were private Impelongs, right? Just alliance Impelongs. And those were just as fun. Like, those are just as fun. They're way more personal, right? Because they're just the people who live around you, and everybody's working together to just get better tools and better stuff. Priests are casting, sermons are happening still, right? But on a smaller scale. And they're just as fun. Good, just social events, parties, and people just joking around. And yeah. So you can have Impelongs on lots of different levels. It doesn't necessarily have to be one of these massive events that people pour months and months of their life into to just prepare.
I
but
would say that this game needs more type of events for villages, for alliances, to have the game cater to those type of things more than it currently does. Would be
Right.
nice. To be able, I mean, you can design a game in a way that fosters the alliance relationship together. You can design a game in a way that does the opposite.
Yeah. All right, time to get my rook and my knight involved. Yeah,
All right.
totally, Jack. You can post a link. I think you should be able to. And if it filters it, I'll just unfilter it. What tile is the chessboard again? Oh, the chessboard. The chessboard is in the northwest corner of 09. The northwest corner of 09. It's right on that corner in the northwest corner of 09. Yeah. Although I'm afraid this might come to an end at some point relatively soon. We'll see how it goes. Okay, I see what you're doing. Okay, I've already had my little setup there to protect myself from this, though. Although I wonder how... Oh, no, I can't. I can't go that way. Okay. Is that a final move? You haven't placed it in the center yet.
I know. Give me a second.
Yeah, you want to judge? Okay, let's see. So if you're somewhere waiting for an event to happen, if someone had the idea, I wonder what it would look like if you flung an item off this really sea mountain. using a catapult.
Okay, what is that?
I do recall seeing multiple videos of people flinging things in catapults, like whale corpses, and if I remember correctly, that
Right.
might have been you, Fab. Fab might have been the one. It might have been you, Jack, as well. I don't remember, but yeah, fun. Like it's just crazy what you can do in this game. It's so open ended.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, I am left with this choice. I'm gonna make. Um, yes, the Halloween event is planned. Wait, when you say with like a time, like if you look on the forum post, on the forums in
Has
town
anybody
square,
mentioned that this is for the old cluster?
the old cluster. Yeah, I did mention.
Okay.
So I think it's on October
Yeah.
23rd in the morning. And did you click on that link? I kind of want to see
There's
what it
no,
is.
I haven't, but there's no, yeah, there's no new cluster. Somebody would have to plan
Okay.
that,
Right, on the new cluster there
as far
has
as I
not
know.
yet been an Impelong planned. Right. Um, I am anticipating somebody to step up and do that at sometime soon. I'm sure somebody's thinking, I want to host an Implong. I'm sure somebody is. It's just a matter of like, I know they are a lot of work. I really hope that that person isn't feeling like they have to go out to the nines right now because it's the first Implong ever. But you know, like even if it's just imp things to 50, might even be a realistic goal here.
Yeah, I think
And
50
have
is a
some
good first
capacity.
Impelong.
Yeah. I mean, there are some people who have 70 skill, but I mean, you're gonna have to imagine
Not
like
enough to,
there's gonna be a lot of people wanting their tools imped, right? A lot,
yeah,
and not that many people imping to 70 yet.
yeah. Like I could technically do 70 leatherworking, but the goal of the Impelong is to get as many people's items up to a specific
Is it
level.
is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have your rook here. I am going to.
Oh. Okay. Interesting.
Weren't seeing that coming.
No, I wasn't. You are going to do that. Okay.
Yeah, and you know, that's another thing. Is like,
Ooh.
yeah, it's great for the imper skills, right? Like, it's so motivating to be improving stuff that other people are going to use, right? Like, I have a real hard time like making hundreds of items that I'm just going to imp for skill, but those items are not going to be used for anything. Like, I really have a hard time doing that. You know, like I go around the alliance sometimes asking like, what do you need? What tool do you need? What tool do you need? And then I'll just like use that as a way to like motivate myself to improve stuff. At an imp along, it's just there's a forge filled with 100 items, and all of those items are needed by people. Man, I'll go to town on that and spend so much time imping. Yeah, yeah, and that you would turn. It's like, yeah, it's like lottery almost. You know, like when you turn something rare, it's to make somebody else's day. Just so much fun. Yeah, way more motivating when it's for some other people. Yeah. Yeah, and rare bar, it's like when you make items for your allies, like that's how you get your skill up. Exactly. Who's winning? Deathwind asks. And hey, Deathwind, what's going on?
Don't ask
It's
that right now. It's
close.
not time.
It actually, I would say that if you were to tally up pieces, it's close. Brian has one more piece than I do in terms of like not including pawns. So he has 2 rooks and a bishop.
Unfortunately,
Sorry, 2 rooks and 2 bishops, right? That's what you have? 2 rooks. No.
no, we have the
Sorry.
same amount.
Oh, okay. So you have 2 rooks and a bishop. I have my queen, a knight, and a bishop.
Yeah, so he's definitely ahead in pieces.
Slightly, yes, but but it could go any way. Like if he takes one of my pieces, then it'll put
I
him at an
need a
advantage.
miracle.
Especially if I mess up with my queen and he gets,
Oh.
yeah, Deathwind's on your side.
Thank you, Deathwind.
But the other
need
thing to
the help.
consider is Brian was forced into putting his king over here.
Yes, that
His
is
king
terrible.
is right in the corner and he's feeling the pressure over there, I'm sure of it. Whereas my king has this nice little fortress, which he's right now in defensive
And
mode.
do we need an observation platform so you can see the board up from above? We specifically, for this one anyway, decided not to do that. We want to not be able to see the chessboard from above. That would take away the whole point of being within the chessboard itself.
And at the Halloween Impalong, I'm not sure exactly. We have a date set. I just can't remember which date it was. We'll have to announce it, but it's a few weeks away. They do have an observation deck that is way above, so all the people can
that'll be a
up
bit
above
different.
looking down on it. Yeah. It's for here. It would have just been an undertaking. We just finished the chessboard last week.
Yeah, but
Like
would we
last-
want to do all of that on a temporary chessboard here?
Right.
Probably not.
I mean, we might want to keep this just as a decorative piece on this deed, which is fine.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
But I mean, the rest of the deed is in rough shape. Like there's still rock exposed right here. We literally just finished making this place. Enough time for the. Why is it temporary? Oh, we love it. We it's not temporary in the sense that I think we're going to keep it here as a decorative piece on the deed. But it's temporary in the sense that we're probably not going to keep playing chess on it over and over again. It was for a one-time event sort of thing. But who knows? We might play chess again. Who knows? All right.
Oh, okay, I can see what you're gonna do.
Oh, you can you?
Yeah. Hmm. not much I can do about it. I mean, there is something I can do about it, but is it something that I want to do about it that makes sense?
And Deathwind, I don't think we used the castling. We didn't. Neither of us castled our king. There was a point where I thought Brian was going to, but
Yeah, I didn't.
he didn't end up doing it. I'll be honest, I'm really quite proud about how my king ended up here. I really like this spot for him.
Okay, so
Whenever you're backed into a corner, you get aggressive. I mean, I can see a couple aggressive moves that Brian can make. I'm trying to think of counters for them, but all right, Brian. gotta
trying to
make a
think
choice
whatever
here.
makes sense, but nothing really makes sense at the moment. Okay, I guess I won't be too aggressive.
Interesting. I actually did not even consider that as a possibility.
Wow, and you said that out loud.
uh,
Ah.
all right. All right. All right. Hold on. Hold on. This is okay.
End game?
I
don't
think
know.
I think this is where we're starting to yeah, we're gonna stuff's gonna start happening here.
Unfortunately. Oh, it was one move off what I should do. Yeah, I think we're this is it. Let's just end it.
Yeah, that's just
It's been long enough.
this was definitely a tit for tat that I think I won out on that one.
Yeah.
All right. Now it's your turn.
Well done.
Yeah, I think going aggressive back there was probably a better. It might not have been the best choice, but it might have been better. Okay. Okay. Let's see where you go. My guess is you're going right next to your king. Side of it. Could be. You could go all the way. Yeah, yeah, you could go all the way. That is a possibility.
Just delaying things, that's all.
Huh. Uh, uh, Let's see. I'm gonna go this way. Hold on. Ah, Mr. Dante, thanks for the follow. This goes da da da. And yeah, I think just right here would be just fine. Let's get him on there. Okay. Right. Right, right. Hmm. Actually. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. Yeah, that's what I thought you were gonna do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm looking
Which
at it.
case?
All I can do is
Yep.
delay, delay.
Shove stuff around. Yeah. I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna back up a little bit
I mean, it's a
here. I'm gonna
closer
go
game
this
than I
way.
thought it would be, to be honest.
What, you thought I was gonna cream you or something?
Yeah, after I lost my queen, I thought you were gonna cream me,
yeah.
like run over me, but
Yeah.
yeah, that did not happen. Let's think about this. Okay. That's what you're gonna do. That is what you're going to do.
So I think after this, our next thing that we're going to be working on, I really want to get my hands on working on the castle, the kingdom castle. I want to look at
Yeah,
that
I
project
saw
and see what's the next step.
gave us the next steps
Oh,
on
okay.
what we
I
have to
haven't
do. So,
had a chance to look at that yet.
I mean, what do we know about the kingdom? The kingdom is essentially digging, surface mining, terraforming.
Mate in one. Yeah,
Right?
mate in one, but hasten dusk.
He's in dusk. And then building. Oh, okay. Okay.
You see checkmate in one. Or are you just messing with us? Is that what it is? I don't see it. Never mind. You're right. You're right. Yes, I see it now. I messed up. You are right.
You did.
Yep, I missed my opportunity. Man, I should have and that you had said it prior to me moving. I should have taken it as not a joke. Is how I originally took it. You're right. And now he can counter that.
Why not?
Why not?
I mean, either way, you're gonna win. So,
It seems that way now. Yes.
oh,
I should have looked at it more carefully. And so, Sindusk, I don't know if you were there when we were discussing your suggestion that you put onto the forums there about Jackal. But man, I like the thought that you put into that idea. I really think that
yeah, it was a nice discussion.
I really think that there's something there about like I really feel like it'll be a good solution to help the process of keeping players retained. Compared to the way Jackal was before. Just the idea of keeping your skills alone is just a great incentive. All right. I think it's mate now. Oh no, it's not. But I'm gonna put you in check.
Yeah, you should have gone there. That's okay.
Okay, don't spoil it, Sindas. Don't spoil it. You're giving it away. Boy, I don't want to play chess against Sindusk.
Yeah.
I don't want to play chess against you. You seem to have
We are players that don't play chess.
We
Playing
don't play chess.
on a giant chessboard.
Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely not great players. I didn't even practice one lick before
Not even one.
this. Not even a little bit.
Not even a tiny bit.
And then
Probably
Brian's
should
also
have.
sleep deprived. Brian's sleep deprived here, so
Yeah.
he made a couple critical errors early on. And this is
I mean, this is the end, so let's make it the end. Whew.
I didn't see mate in 2 though, because maybe my puny brain
I'm sure
just
it
did
was
not
there.
see it. I'm sure it was there. But okay, let's see. I'm just gonna take your rook, I guess. That's
Yeah.
seems like a
Not
good
really
thing to
much
do.
I can do about that.
Yeah. We had this idea a long time ago, where players can make an in-game chessboard. Like imagine like a little chess table, a craftable item in the game. 2 players sit down on either end of the table, and then you can have like the game played through the place feature where you could just place the little chess pieces wherever you wanted to.
Mm.
And I remember we were making that suggestion on the stream, with Buddha was watching us. And he was like, yeah, that would be a great idea. And I was like thinking, man, maybe, just maybe something will happen there.
Yeah, I actually don't necessarily like that idea anymore.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, for a number of reasons. But,
How come?
depends on how much time it takes them to do that.
260 hours of development time.
Like,
honestly, all it would take is creating this new item, just one item, and that's the chessboard. I suppose it'll come with all these little pieces. I'll have to make the models for each of the pieces. Okay, so yes, they'll make the artwork for that. But the system for placing items is already in the game, so you could just use the place feature to push them all. Oh yeah.
I'm not going to say anything.
Not gonna say anything. I know. I probably already lost my opportunity so many times of like beating you here, but I'm gonna just do what I feel is right, even though I'm sure there's a more
Okay.
optimal way to win here.
Okay.
As Cinda said, I could have won in two moves back there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so we... Okay. Mm.
No, can't go there.
Oh, yeah, I can't go there, can I? Can't go there. Mm-mm.
Stalemate opportunity here. Boy. You can tell Sindusk has played a little bit of chess. Now, Sindusk, is this something that you practice chess? Like you play chess and think about it a lot? Or is it that it just comes naturally to you? Are you one of those guys who just like can see it?
Yeah, because I can't right now after...
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I can move there.
You play 5D chess with a friend pretty frequently.
Ah,
Wow.
there you go.
That's quite
That'll
impressive.
do it. Oh. We play chess once every 5 years,
That's generous.
maybe. Ooh.
So
Okay.
I can see like yeah.
No. Let me just
Yeah.
lose here.
Let him make his mistake.
We can't have
I-
a stalemate. After all of this, somebody has to lose. And if it's
Right.
got to be me, it's going to be me. But a stalemate would just ruin the next...
everything.
And something that you don't know, Sindusk. So there is stakes. So the
Right.
loser has
There's
to
stakes.
do something.
Right.
In
Deathwind.
order to...
Thank
Oh,
you so
Deathwind.
much. Thank you so much for the
Thank you so
those-
much. So I'm doing this for
gifted
you
subs.
guys. I'm going to lose for you guys. Thank you so much, Deathwind. Oh my god. And thanks...
Stalemate means both people need to do something.
No. See, there was no rules set up for that. I didn't even think of stalemate. I knew somebody was going to win, somebody's going to lose. And, And all you guys, Garrus Drangi, Ozbek, Napsor,
Napsor.
F2S Red Viper, and Rippins. Thank Deathwind, you now all have a sub to the Factional
Yeah.
Fight channel. Oh, man.
All right.
So the loser does have to get embarrassed the entire next stream. And it would suck if there was no loser.
Right, but as Zulitech points out, if it was a stalemate, both of us would have to do it.
No, it would be none of us would have to do it. Unless we had that rule in place beforehand, which we didn't. We didn't think about it.
Right. All right. What are you going to do? What's your move?
Wait, did you go?
Yeah, you're in check again.
Oh, I see. Oh, man. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Just it's okay. It's just chess.
Yeah. I know. There's really not many options here for you, right? Like
There isn't.
you have a few
There are
like,
spots.
spaces to move.
There are.
I don't see how he can get into stalemate, but maybe there's an option. Is it that he could force stalemate, or is it that I would have to make some really bad moves in response to his in order for him to get into stalemate? Is it like one of those situations where stalemate's a possibility, but if I make the right moves, he's out of it? I would have to make poor moves to get him to stalemate. Yeah. Oh, and the babyface Adam probably didn't work. I ended up being a dwarf again, which has been a
Yeah.
problem all stream. I will have to fix that for next stream, but I'll turn on the babyface for you. There we go. Okay. And that's the move you made, eh?
Not exactly a good
Let's
move,
see.
I must say.
Yeah. But let's see. If I can't, no. You could still move. You can still take my pawn. I think
You
I'm
got
going to.
2 moves, I guess. I would move. And
Yeah. Let's see.
I mean, you got
Wish
me.
I could. I got you. I just wish I could see the ending on how to get you in the least number of moves. I just don't see it.
I see
I move
it.
here, you see it, eh? Because, and if it's no. I can move my queen right here, right? Safe. But then you can take my pawn and just run away with it that way. I'd have to chase you down.
I'll let you
could-
figure this out.
Move my queen over here. And then you could just take my queen without any problems. That would not be fun. I could put my queen over here. And then you could take my queen. Or here you could take my queen. I can move my queen over here. And then you could still run this way. Oh no. Oh, you can't run that way. You can't run this way.
He'll
You
get there.
can't- You can run that way. You can. Okay, I'm just gonna move my queen this way.
Or
I still haven't gotten there though. I really feel like you can
not
still get out of this.
there.
Was that not what you were thinking?
No.
No.
That's okay. I mean, you're still gonna win.
I know, but I don't see what I could have done there. I looked at all
I'll tell you later.
spots. Okay, tell me later. All right. See, the old man Adam is working.
That's so weird.
That's yeah.
All right,
is
I'll look through it with you and
Yeah, we'll have to figure that out. Oh man. He was supposed to be my like okay, I'm gonna bring my pawn onto this and bring back
you can basically choose anything, can't you? Is that what it
Yep.
is?
I think I can bring back any one of my guys. So I'm gonna bring back a I'm gonna bring back a rook. Which
Okay.
one's one of mine? It could be a second queen? I don't think so. Is that right?
No, let's not enter that.
I don't think it can be a second queen. It can be a second queen. Interesting. Okay. I'm making it a second queen then. Okay. But we'll
Well,
have to
thank
use
you.
this guy as the second queen. Thank you for screwing Brian over. Okay, so
Not
that's
that I
my
can
second queen.
Do
right there.
much. Oh wait, I can't go there. Oh, okay, hold on.
Nope, can't go there. Yeah. For two reasons. But
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Oh, okay. So I was here, right?
yep.
Well, that's it.
Yeah, there's not many options for you, and all of them are not good. I
I
think
think that's pretty much it.
that's it. Because then I just do this. And now you are in checkmate, if I am not mistaken. Wait. No, you're not in checkmate. You can go back to where you were before.
Yeah, I guess I'll see where that takes me. Flip the table. That's what I should do right now. We'll never know.
Uh, All right. Still feel like that's not checkmate. I'll be honest.
It's not, but it's close.
And then don't want to screw this up. Um,
How much body strength would we need to flip this table? This chessboard? Let's say 265.
Unfortunately, this is also not checkmate, but it is check. Oh wait,
That is
Never mind.
checkmate.
I think it is checkmate.
I'm looking,
Ooh.
I'm like, what do you mean not checkmate?
You're right. What I didn't see was if you went here, I didn't see that my queen had this covered, but it has it covered. And I am the winner.
And Adam has won. Unfortunately.
Sendef did the calculation to figure out how much body strength it would be to lift
Yeah.
all the things on this.
Take all of the items on the ground, every single weight of all of the things, and oh my god. Deathwind.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Deathwind. Even
Okay,
though
so
I am the loser.
I think your punishment should start now. That is to say, the outro to this stream must be done in the face filter of
We have to start now, and Arch,
Hey,
please
Arch.
stop you. You made it to the end. You just had to come to see my embarrassed outro here.
Yeah,
I need a voice filter.
you do have a voice filter.
I do have a
one
voice
that-
filter. Do
you have
people
one that
really
works
want
for
to
this?
see?
Hear the whole thing in a voice filter.
Nobody wants to hear me for 6 hours talk
And Deathwind,
in a higher pitched artificial voice.
thank you so much.
Unless
for
you
the
do,
gifted
but
subs.
I don't think that you do. And thank you so much, Deathwind. Celebrating Adam's victory over Ornan.
Do you,
And
like I know that the voice filter that you had made you sound like not like it was more like chipmunky rather than but could you imagine like a voice filter that makes you have like a British female voice? Like is there such a thing?
I don't
Like
think
wouldn't
so.
that be awesome?
All right.
Like-
So nobody here's the deal. If you I'm going to turn on the filter. So this is the filter that's going to be there for the entire next episode.
Yep.
By the way, if you hit one of the channel points after I click this button,
It'll take it away.
it'll take it away. So don't do it.
But you know what we're gonna do for the next one? We'll make it so that he'll have to wear this face filter, but you can use the channel points. It'll switch him to something else. But after the minute is done, it goes back to this face filter. Right? We can do that.
Yes, we can do that. Thank you for suggesting that, Adam.
Yeah. So did you put it on yet? Come on. You gotta put it on.
This is what I'm going to look like for the entire next episode.
Yep. I love it. That is disturbing, but also kind of nice.
Let me pretend to talk like I'm just muted.
Yeah, the voice filter won't. I don't feel like it'll match the. But could you imagine? Like, there must be like a way to get a voice filter that literally gives you like a female British accent or something like that. We got to look into that.
So I'm just going to say it one more time. If you, and thank you, Sindusk, for the follow. If you click one of my channel points, it would get rid of this right now. So don't do it.
Now I'm an old man. And Arch Play Stuff says, "You look like my mom's friend who smoked too much, drank whiskey, and swore a lot."
And yeah, thank you very much, Deathwind. Save me once again. Next episode, unfortunately, you won't be able to get rid of it for the entire episode. So if you want to see my embarrassment for the entire episode, you'll have to tune in next weekend, and we'll have to figure out the day that we're going to do that, because it might not be a Sunday. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll announce it on our Discord.
If you want to know when that's going to happen, join our Discord. You can find it in Twitch about or description below. If you're on Twitch, you can click it and join our Discord. And then you will see me for 4 to 6 hours as a female talking all things Wurm.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for joining, everybody, and watching our climax of this whole chessboard thing for the last month and a half or something like that, after we announced it, of us saying we're going to build the chessboard, building the chessboard, decorating it.
And thanks to everybody who came out like on their characters to watch in person. That meant a lot to us that people were coming.
Yes. Thank you so much, everybody. It took us a good, let's see. It took us a good
amount of time. Yeah.
Good amount of time.
We were
5
chatting
hours
for a lot of it. And we got
to
distracted
get through
a
my
few
chess
times.
match. And we managed to do a chess match, but at the same time, talk a lot about Wurm and have a good conversation about the topic that we all love, which is Wurm Online. And we hope we can continue that next time.
And we also
with
hope
both
that you
of
guys
us.
stick with. Yeah, we hope
Adam
that you guys stick with us.
and Brianna. The factional fight, brother and sister, next episode. Until then,
if you guys can hold on. If you guys can stick with us through, we are going to do a raid. I see Fabricant is playing, so stick around, and we're going to hop over
Let's
and join
go.
Fabricant.
Sure.
on
Let's
his
go hop
meat
over.
Stream. He has he titled his stream "Meat."
Meat on his meat stream. And then we'll go say hi. We'll go say hi to Fabricant and make his chat just boom for a little bit. So if you can join for the next few minutes,
Let's get the follow train going.
let's do it right now. All right. If I type this right in,
All right. See
here
you
we
guys on
go.
that
Thank
next
you,
week.
everybody. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Join our Discord. Find out when we're going to do it next week. Until then, keep on worming. We'll see you guys soon. Here we go.
Absolute madman creating that tunnel.
Hello.
Hey, factional fight, how are you doing? We are on a grand adventure.
Everybody's redeeming
No,
stuff.
no, no, no. Relax, everyone. Hold on. Hold on. Oh,
Faster.
oh no. Oh no. That's what I was worried about. Okay. 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 Oh dear. Okay, okay. There's a lot of good stuff mentioned on your stream. You meant on the stream. I know it's priced too cheap. That's because the stream is it's not used to this many people watching. That's okay. Now that you've got that all out of your system, I want to bring on to a serious point here. During the factional fight stream, you talked about runes and imbues. And I was hoping I could continue the discussion on that. Because this stream is a meat stream. As you can see on the left, I've been collecting. And as you can see, the quality is quite high.